ayuda a brillar, me ayuda a olvidar que este mundo tiene miedo, no saben vacilar. Me dijeron que tú sabes qué hacer, que tú tienes el cerebro y tú sabes mantener, que tú no tienes miedo de tener todo poder. Me das que necesito para llegar a otro nivel. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cohete, vamos al espacio que la fiesta si comete. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces prende tu cohete, la estrella quiero ver. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cohete, vamos al espacio que la fiesta si comete. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces prende tu cohete, better rock it like I said. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces prende tu cohete, la estrella quiero ver. Dice por la calle que tú tienes un cohete, vamos al espacio, tira fiesta si comete. La tierra es aburrida, tengo nada que hacer, entonces prende tu cohete, better rock it like I said. Like I said,
remember the time I was feeling the same. Now I got new life and I'm free from the chains. So let's fly, let's all fly away. Look to the sky, look at that place where your dreams fit in another level. Never felt so free by the end of the day. That's all I pray. No karma, my future, go harder. I feel righteous, it's like armor. Cause I'm done with the devil in Prada. See my design, kind of different appetite. Standing out for the world of time. Right now, to 50 appetite. Take it higher, just to free the mind, oh pray. No karma, my future, go harder. I feel righteous, it's like armor. Cause I'm done with the devil in Prada. My future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, no karma, my future, go harder, no karma, 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 no karma. You've been on my mind.
There's nothing here you're fading
Hello everyone and welcome to the grand final of Lock-In. We're coming to you live from Sao Paulo, Brazil for the finale of the first major VCT event of 2023. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm joined by Mimi and Achilleos on the desk. Guys, we've been in Brazil for so long and this is the last day. It's coming to an end.
It's fantastic to get to see this grand final. We have the entire arena open for today. It's not even the show match yet and already it is so filled up in here.
I mean, they're just showing fan signs and everyone's going absolutely crazy in the stands at the moment. So once we get the players out here, even for the show match, it's going to be incredibly loud in this arena. And then once the teams come out for the final, it's going to, the roof is going to get blown off this place.
As you guys mentioned, there is a show match coming up between Team Tarek and Team FRT. And following that, we're going to be moving on to our best of 5 grand finale between Loud and Fnatic. But first, I think it's time to make this show match extra interesting because we're about to reveal a brand new agent and you'll get to see them in action on stage right behind me. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce Gecko.
Shoot.
Green. Tu pelo.
Sick, right? ¿Te gusta?
I don't know where you've been sold, but I'd be insane not to play my role. Yeah, I know I can break a fall. The stakes are low. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you. And it don't matter when
y el caos puede ser hermoso.
Chill, chill. We're good. Ay, ¿por qué eres así de tenebrosa?
Calm down, mijos. Soy yo. Adoro tu cabello.
Oh, yeah? Thanks, yeah. It felt like a vibe, you know? I kind of like it. I mean, it was super, super green when it first went in. Like, my mom was freaking out.
What a reveal. I swear the devs, they just keep outdoing themselves. Achilles, he looks so cool.
He does, and I just can't wait to see how it's actually going to be played. You can just run around playing Pikmin in Valorant. You got these little minions that can do things for you. I'm excited to see what the abilities are actually going to look like.
Yeah, his friends look so cool. His whole aesthetic is awesome. I'm just so excited to see how it works.
Maybe Reina back in the meta with Gecko. I feel like that was a bit of a hint there. And you guys mentioned the abilities. So for a closer look at Gecko and what he actually brings to the game, let's hear from Ryan Coussard, Asian gameplay designer on the Valorant characters team.
Hello everybody, yeah, Brennan Sideshow here, joined with a very, very exclusive interview of Ryan Coussard, the game designer behind the new agent, Gecko, that's due to be released pretty soon. And yeah, thank you very much for joining us, Ryan. You know, I know you've just flown in recently straight into Brazil, so yeah, thank you for your time.
Yeah, no, I'm stoked to be here. It's like I've always wanted to do some of the stuff with you guys, so it's cool to be on here.
Well, let's talk about the abilities. The first one I think that we want to talk about is Mosh Pit, right? This ability, you know, heavy clearance. It looks really quite powerful as well in the right hands as well.
So there's going to be a lot of similarities to KO's Fragment, but it's going to be more of an approachable, like it's going to be a very nice zone that it covers. It gives you a lot of time to kind of run out of it and a lot of time to react, but it is going to kind of give you a pretty big zone, and so
it does crazy damage too, right?
It does, yeah. So it's very similar to like Breach's Fusion Blast. So if you don't get out of it, you know, it's deadly to the center.
So that is one of the abilities. That is the only ability that you can't go and pick back up again as well.
Well, Mosh is still trying to figure it out. Like the other ones, you know, they're a little more grown. He's just a little baby trying to figure it out.
Right. Okay, I see. Mosh, you know, it's for all, you know, listen, Mosh, we love Mosh, but not the signature ability of Gecko. In fact, that's a different ability, right? That's Dizzy.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So the signature that we have, kind of the bread and butter, the initiator tool, is going to be Dizzy. So Dizzy is what you're using kind of round to round. It's more of like a versatile tool to be able to clear like mid, some short, and long range angles to compete with some of our other initiators. But it definitely has like a lot of different ways to kind of counterplay, and different ways to kind of change how you take spaces compared to some of our other initiators.
And it is kind of similar to some other abilities in that it blinds your opponent, but it works in quite a different way, right?
Right, yeah. We wanted to try something that was a little less, like it kind of obfuscates your screen a little bit less, gives you a little easier of a time to kind of maneuver around.
Right.
But it also has a lot of like downsides and a lot of trade-offs to, like it can kind of get shot and mitigate a lot of the area there. But the idea there was kind of creating like a breaking tool that's a little more approachable for like, you know, all players.
Right. But talk to me a bit more about, so you're an opponent, there's a Dizzy coming towards you.
Right.
You shoot the Dizzy, it's now on the floor, and the gameplay loop is kind of that the Gecko can go and retrieve that for another Dizzy in like 10 seconds time.
Right.
Do you see a lot of the gameplay loop being around like fighting for those abilities, almost like people fight around ult orbs now?
Yeah, so it's in a similar way that you can kind of like play around a lot of Killjoy's utility, where you hear the turret, then the strategy comes in. It's like, okay, so now we hear the turret. What do we do next? Same thing with Dizzy. Once the reclaim or once the globule is created, there's a couple seconds there where you really have to fight for it. It becomes like a mini objective, similar to some of the ultimate orbs that you see.
Yeah.
And so we figured kind of creating a power space and kind of creeping your way forward and trying this new style of or this new pacing of initiator play was going to be interesting. So we'll just have to find out if it is.
Okay, so my favorite ability that we play tested so far has to be the wingman, right? Because me and Josh are playing it.
Running.
He is running, he is sprinting, but that is such a unique ability as well in terms of the way it plays out. Very similar to some others in terms of Boombot and everything else, but yeah, I'll let you explain it and take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. So wingman is kind of your friend that helps you clear these spaces. There's going to be like the close to mid-range, runs forward, parkours all over the place. As soon as it sees an enemy, it'll jump up and then kind of like clap its hands together and do this like huge concussive bark. So there's like a cone of area that it affects, and anyone in that cone is concussed.
Yeah, nice. But that's not the only thing that's special about Wingman, right? Because there is a very unique feature. You guys are really pushing the envelope in terms of how the game is developed with the mechanics, and that's Wingman, who's got like this ult fire, right?
Right, yeah. So one of the things we wanted to try, you know, in the whole theme of like power and numbers kind of thing, we wanted to allow Wingman to also kind of steal the spike from you, and also run with it and plant the spike itself. You know? So as it's planting the spike, you can be covering it. And on the flip side, on defense, if you're kind of in these 1v1s, these 1v2s, you can send Wingman to defuse the spike as well, and you can cover Wingman as opposed to, you know, someone having to cover you.
It's a really unique interaction, but also if Wingman goes down on his intrepid venture towards the spike, he just abandons it in enemy territory, right?
Yeah,
so you do have to be a bit careful in terms of how it's used.
Absolutely,
The final ability, the ultimate that we want to talk about, which is the, you know, the big one, honestly, the big one. Quite scary to see it running at you in the server as well.
That's Thrash, So Thrash is Gecko's ultimate. You equip Thrash, you'll see a cool little animation of it swimming around. Once you cast it, you possess Thrash. Thrash swims around and clears space pretty rapidly, as you guys are sure have seen. Once you explode, or once you lunge and explode onto an enemy, there's a big radius that is detained. So any player caught is detained.
Yeah, it looks really fun to play, and I'm just looking forward to seeing some of the content creators play it here in Sao Paulo, seeing people get their hands on it as well. You must be looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. I think there's only like so much we can do ourselves, and kind of like, you know, when we're playing it, there's only so much we can see. And so as soon as it hits live, and as soon as like the content creators really get their hands on it, we're going to see some pretty cool videos, I think.
Well, I mean, I think that's going to do it for the interview as well. Thank you very much.
Oh, awesome.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much.
And thanks for the time. Hope you enjoy Sao Paulo. Hope you enjoy the games as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks. All right, we'll send it back.
Thank you very much, Brent, Saisho, and Ryan. Mimi, I can't wait to play him. What did you make of his abilities?
It's going to be so cool. I feel like there's so much potential that you can do with all of them, especially the mechanic of being able to recover your friends after using it. It's so unique compared to the other agents we have in the game.
You could defuse spikes and everything.
It's crazy.
It's
It's
nuts.
so cute.
Just going to send out this little guy and just have it have that happen. This is going to be wild to see in the hands of the pros.
We get to have friends in Valorant, guys. Finally.
Finally.
Well, let's put this to the audience. I want to know what you guys at home think. Which of Gecko's abilities are you most excited to see? For me, it is Wingman, hands down. Make sure you use the QR code to scan it and cast your vote now, and we'll reveal the result in a little bit. And also make sure to use the hashtags VCT Lockin and VCT so we can feature some of your tweets on the broadcast and your thoughts and so on. We want to hear it. I'm going to rig the vote towards Wingman. I'm not going to, I don't know what you guys think.
Need to. He's adorable.
Yeah, I think I'd have to vote for Dizzy, having to pick up your scouting utility in the flash. It's going to be really, really cool.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool indeed. But now we've met Gecko. Let's see him in action in the show match in a little bit, because I know the teams are definitely going to play him. And speaking of the show match, let's check out the rosters of these squads. Let's start with Team Tarek. Of course, Tarek was one of the best in his game before Valorant. He won a lot of tournaments and trophies. It's been a while, Mimi, since we've seen him compete on stage. But this team, they have three if you count Tarek, world champions.
Yeah, there is quite a lot of experienced players on this roster, especially with Mimi, who just won Game Changers champion. CNET, of course, now competing with Na'Vi, some big players there. Tarek leading the charge. And then you get a couple content creators as well, who they themselves are pretty high ranked, I think, in the Immortal to Radiant range.
Well, they're going to be going up against Team FRT. They were kind of bantering back and forth already, Seth, between Tarek and FRT. But this roster is also incredibly stacked.
I mean, just look at some of the big names that you have here as far as the VCT pros. You've got SK Rossi, you've got Pankata, you've got Sugetsu. There is so much firepower on this squad that I have to be a little bit concerned for Team Tarek, because while they do have all of those champions, there's a hell of a lot of talent here for FRT.
Yeah, back when Tarek was a pro, FRT was a pro as well. So both of these rosters super stacked. It's going to be so exciting to watch.
Who do you guys think is going to take it? Who are you favoring?
I would favor Team FRT.
I got to go for FRT as well. They got SK Rossi, especially if he's playing Duelist. Oh boy, we didn't get to see it in his match. I'm hoping it happens here in the show match.
I definitely want to see it. Now we've got a brand new agent and 2 absolutely clouted teams ready to play, and some world champions as well. So let's not waste any more time and welcome Team Tarek and Team FRT to the stage. This is going to be the show match to end all show matches. We don't just have clout on both teams, guys. We have some heavy hitters and a brand new agent, which I think the team captains will be the ones to select it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what these teams have cooked up with Gecko. Being able to see his reveal there. Did they have some kind of combination, some kind of strategy? It's going to be such a great first look.
It's all going to be about who has the best initial grasp, because these guys have not had that much time to really get their minds wrapped around it. He's got a very different kit compared to every other agent in Valorant, so it's not like you could just very easily swap over to this and fall into it. So I'm curious to see who has the best read on how to pilot this new agent.
I believe they've had a little bit of time as well with their teams to kind of practice what's happening, and it looks like the map we're going to be playing on is Lotus. Mimi, there's going to be some techie stuff that you can do here.
Yeah, initial thoughts on this one. On that defensive side, you have a lot of long control on both extremities, where I think that Gecko's utility can be really useful. You send one of your friends down to scout early on, like even just like have a wingman run down, stun someone on the defense. There's so much potential here.
I mean, we saw that Lotus a couple times in the highlights there of his abilities, so yeah, I think there's going to be plenty of applications for it as we get into the Prime Gaming agent select. I'm really curious to see what these guys have ready to go against one another. Obviously, I want to see Rossi on that jet. Yeah. We see it highlighted, but on Lotus, wouldn't be shocked if the Duelist comes out for the raise. And okay, we're getting silly.
We got to talk to Ryan a little bit. He was really bigging up the fact that Harbor as well as Gecko could be a really insane combination with the Cove and Wingman.
They're doing it.
Spike. That seems like Team FRT's strategy.
Yeah, it does look like it. And we're going to get Cena versus Rossi on the jet.
This is a cataclysmic clash of jet players that I cannot wait to see. This alongside Gecko, piloted by both of these team captains, should make for an excellent show match.
I can't wait to see this and see what's going to unfold and introduce you guys to your casters for today. Doug and Bala are joined by Ryan to take you guys through Lotus.
Hey guys, I'm Ryan. You may not know who I am, or I don't look familiar, but I want to talk to you about my guests. I got Doug. I got the guest casters here. I got Bala. How you guys doing, man?
Good, man. I'm glad we're your guests. Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you for letting us join you on this desk.
The best of the best only for the release, you know what I'm saying?
It looks so sick already. We got the crowd involved, and they're hyped for both sides. I can't wait to see this because they were, I mean, just seeing the reactions on their faces while we were watching the trailer, it must feel really special for you and your team to see it get revealed today.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was like a whole number of people. It's like the biggest effort I think we've had on the Valorant side for an agent, and so I think it's like a huge team effort to just kind of see all this stuff. And yeah, there we go. Let's get into this.
And you know, the funny thing is too is when you think of a new agent, people often, even us who kind of have an inside view of things, have no idea how much goes into something like this.
Right. And I'm right away excited to see how these guys use Wingman. I mean, that's what the Dust was talking about, but like, can they get plants down? Can they actually make this thing work? They're gonna go for it right off the bat, I think. That's the wrong ability. There's Wingman coming out.
Honestly, I just want to see him go try to plant.
There he goes.
There, he's adorable. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, no! Come on!
Not Wingman! Yeah, this is what I was saying too, is Lotus is great for, you know, the B plants, it tends to be a little scarier, right? Like, you kind of put your body on the line. With a couple smokes or a couple flashes to kind of help Wingman in, the plant becomes a lot safer, and you just have to worry about the retake.
Yeah, I just love that they go for it right away. Looks like there might be a little bit more tweaking to the strategy right off the bat.
I want to see him succeed, though. I'm going to be really disappointed if he just dies every round.
Oh,
no, I think I'm gonna.
Okay, seeing it going through as well. It's 3v2 right now. They're trying to recover it, but once that spike is down, you see the danger. You see how it's not just, okay, this guy can go plant and you get a free round win. There's a danger to it.
Yeah. And Ryan, I know you mentioned this somewhat in the interview previously, but I want to just go ahead and talk about it again. This is perfect timing. So explain to me how that works. Wingman dies, and then I saw a little blob sitting out on the site. What is that? What do you do with that? Do you interact with it? How does this work?
Yeah, so when Dizzy, Wingman, or Thrash, they die, shot, or time out, they'll turn into this little globule, like a dormant version of themselves.
What a good word.
Globule. I had to practice that one. And yeah, so they can reclaim it, you grab it, you got 10 seconds, and you can cast it again.
Got it. So you're really interested in I mean, trying to farm that as much as you can, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we're going to see on Gecko is a lot of different pacing, like I was kind of mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of stuff you see where the defaults become stronger, or, you know, working with your team to get those reclaims. The longer you can last, the stronger you're going to be.
And you saw actually FRT there try to use Dizzy to clear some space out of A main, and it didn't quite work out.
Speaking of Dizzy,
here he goes again. So what is he doing right there? Is it scanning? What's going on? Because there's a noise going on at the same time.
Yeah, so as soon as Dizzy comes out, kind of activates, you'll see these little like energy, radiant tentacles come out, start scanning. As soon as it sees an enemy in line of sight, it will fire off a plasma blast.
So there's a recon element to it.
Sure.
That's really strong, it feels like.
That is really strong. Mimi's really strong too. Let me ask you this. I also just saw as Dizzy was sent out into the abyss that round, he bounced off the wall. So there is some of that to it, right? You can bounce it off the wall to get cheeky angles?
Yeah, you can kind of mix it up. Dizzy is able to get shot, 20 HP, almost any gun one-shots it. I think every gun one-shots it.
Sure.
So you kind of want to style it, you know, like you want to try different ways of throwing it, either like out wide or off a wall and just kind of like a pop, or, you know, it's like a high risk, high reward. The farther you throw it, you know, the better the coverage.
Let's see it again.
There we go.
Look at him go.
Oh, I don't think there's a flash that went out there.
Yo, that play.
Oh, he's coming back. They just traded both of the Dizzies.
I want to see what it looks like when you get gooped, when you get globuled. Show me the POV of that.
That was insane. Sir Mata did the Omen TP as Dizzy was going. That was sick.
Yeah.
Capitalizing on it.
And he actually avoided Dizzy entirely, the enemy's Dizzy.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to start naming these Dizzies. Dizzy 1, Dizzy 2 or something.
Attack side Dizzy. Defense side Dizzy. Yeah. I'm getting Dizzy.
Unfortunately, no Gecko action for the rest of this round. But FRT do need it. They need a round here. You don't want to get blown out in your first show match ever.
Mimi's still alive. Actually, three world champions alive right now in this show match.
It's actually insane how stacked these rosters are. Ooh.
Funny part is I thought we were going to have some fun with this show match.
They're too good, man.
They're too good, and I don't think you can with the crowd like this. See that? Oh.
He's so weak. 2. Oh, but I don't think he knows where he is. He's got the dash proc, too.
They need it around, and there you go. All because of the trade all the way back in A main.
Also, very quickly, I know that this is supposed to be about Gecko, but I also just saw the Oni katana.
Oh, there it is.
And that's just so freaking sick, man. I will pay Riot right now from this desk. I need the katana.
Yeah, the team worked really hard on that. The katana was insane. The Oni, it's something that players have been asking for, and they absolutely killed it. They spent so much time and love on that thing, and you see it here. It's so sick.
I also realized we just trolled the viewers at home. They didn't get to see the katana just end the way we did. Unlucky. Trust us, there it is. It's sick.
Of course, Tarek jumps on the opportunity. So they can reclaim that now. And
right.
You can actually see a little red dot on the minimap as well where that is.
Yeah, so one of the strengths of Dizzy is, taking some of that staging ground. You have your other initiators like Breached using Concuss or Flashes, and those don't regenerate.
Yeah. Right.
You're able to take these staging spaces and kind of have plays like this where you can grab it.
So I just saw it had a 10-second cooldown. Wingman just ran in to clear space for SK Rossi right there.
Loop, 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 loop.
Here we go.
Op still in the hands of Cena, too. He's got blades, and SK Rossi's farming, bro. He's farming. Somebody stop this man.
Oh, he's going for it.
Overheat.
That's a lot of discipline. Dude, I don't think Mimi has lost a gunfight yet.
No, I mean, just in that last clutch.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I love Harbor match with Gecko is the code is so flexible. You can either use it to protect Wingman from planting, diffusing, or from like crossing. You can cross space with it.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
It's Bella again against CNET again.
With the op, though. 60 HP.
Surely not.
Now trust. Trust.
Pros don't fake?
Oh! That almost happened.
And he's taunting across the stage, too.
Is he popping off a little bit? Things you'd love to see.
That is so much fun.
That's now 2. We're going to have to keep tabs on that, because that's 2 times that CNET has lost the clutch in a 1v1. Back-to-back, too.
Here we go. Here's that reclaim I was talking about. So taking that staging space and then reclaiming it for the side take.
10 seconds on that cooldown is what I saw.
Yeah,
that feels fast to me.
That feels so fast. Surely you guys have stress tested this. How many dizzies can you get in a round?
The most we had in one of our gameplay analysis games was I think 7. Yeah, I counted. I asked them. I said, "Hey, can you count how many you cast?" And we looked at the combat report, and it was 7.
Venkata in trouble as all of Tarek's team tries to take mid, and they harbor wall all the way through. Spike's not on Gecko right now, so you can't do anything with teammates passing the spike to Wingman or anything like that, right? It's just only if you have the spike as Gecko.
Right, so to actually do the Wingman plant or diffuse, or actually for the plant, sorry, you have to have the bomb equipped. He takes it right off your back and runs with it.
So he can't pick it up. He can't walk over it if it's down somewhere in no man's land. He can't walk over it, pick it up, and then plant it.
That's the scariest part. If you
There's 3 players detained, sorry.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
What a thrash.
I still don't, Oh, give him the ace. Give him the ace!
Yes,
let's go! The crowd's having a good time.
Venkata is too. That's the type of thing you want to see. SK Rossi went for it. Venkata again.
Yeah, we'll see if they try to do some more of those Wingman plants, because I think it is scary. You lose the spike if you're kind of, sending it in. So I think they're kind of playing a little bit safe, but I'm sure we'll start to see a couple strats come in here soon.
I can't wait to see one of these Geckos get their ult online, the Thrash.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, It's like a shark, basically. That's all what I saw. It was.
Yeah, we just saw it too. The four-player detain looks insane, but you do need to capitalize on it.
FRT just got his online.
Uh-oh. What's the voice line like, too? That's
wait, what does he say? Well, we're not going to find out this round. Mimi once again just farming FRT.
Oh, that was my fault. It was the Killjoy detain.
What is the voice line?
For which?
The Thresh. What's the goal? Do you remember?
Gosh. Oh, yeah.
All right, don't toss, actually. Don't toss. I want to experience it for the first time.
Mazza on the flank. Pancata again. I mean...
Yeah, but he's weak. He's weak.
I mean, Mazza's good, but Pancata and Rossi, these guys are just playing in a tournament, okay? Let's see it.
There's no trust, Bala. You've got to trust.
He found him.
Look at him run. Oh no! Oh
no! That's good stuff.
I respect the effort.
I respect the effort.
That was an attempt.
The content attempt.
Yeah, well, that was an attempt.
Omen players be like. Yeah, I mean, Mimi is dominating. So many times I'm like, okay, FRT, you got a chance to do something. Mimi's just like, no.
Pause. All right, we may get the Thresh here from FRT. We'll see.
Oh, they're grouping. Tarek's team is grouping. Uh-oh.
Oh, my gosh.
Please.
Thrash gets 5 here. Thrash gets 5.
There he goes. Look at him. Look at him go. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Clear space. So they're stunned because Wingman just saw them, right?
Right. So there was 2 that were hidden. They didn't get, but the other 2 that were line of sight of that cone did get concussed.
So it's a stun.
Yeah.
Right. Very similar to a fault line stun.
Oh, there's Tarek. Tarek's using Thrash.
Look at him go.
Oh, my goodness.
And there he went.
He hit somebody. I think Vela is detained right now. How long does that last?
It lasts 5 seconds.
So they got away. So that's relatively short, I mean, in comparison to like a lockdown.
Yeah, lockdown, I believe, is 10 seconds, so about half the time. You just have to follow up on it.
5 seconds feels like an eternity when you're just sitting there. Wait. Like nothing you can do.
True, but also, wait. Can you pick up Thrash?
You can.
What?
You can. The only difference is you can only do it once.
Okay.
Thrash gets tired a little bit easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're not talking about 7 ults in a round.
No,
like
7 ults in a round.
But that's still 2 ults in a round.
That's 2 ults in a round.
That is still a lot. That is still a lot.
That's like Jet getting refreshes, essentially, for knives. Except it's detains. I mean, Team FRT is literally playing close plant right now. Oh, the defuse. Oh, my God.
Yeah, please try it. Please try it.
Where's the vision? He can't get vision of the bomb.
He can't see it.
There it goes.
Yeah, go get him, buddy.
So what happened?
Oh, no. Poor guy.
And just to be clear, we heard a defuse noise there from Wingman trying to defuse.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. So, yeah, so the way that Astro, when he gets pulled off the ball, the spike, as long as he's off the bomb site, he will stop defusing.
Yep.
And so he has to stay within the actual site itself to defuse the spike.
So it's essentially like a regular player trying to defuse there, for the most part.
Right. Yeah.
That's, I mean, okay. Somebody got to sub in for Pancata. Doug, like, this is starting to get uneven right now.
Oh my gosh, he's 13-5.
Yeah.
I saw him today. He was feeling really good.
I mean, how could he not with everybody literally rooting for him so hard in this arena?
That's got to feel pretty good to get an ace in front of a crowd like this, huh? Bala, that's just like you in your Boomerangs League, right? Same vibes. All right. Oh.
There you go.
Did
That's a hit.
Oh, Cena and the Reckoning? Bro, Cena's so dead. Oh, that was the goop.
There's the goop.
So that's supposed to be like a flash, right?
Yeah, so it obfuscates your screen, kind of like adds, doesn't let you see towards the center. But what it does is it kind of gives you your peripherals, and that way you can kind of maneuver a little bit easier.
Yeah.
And you kind of know where you're going, and you can kind of hide from folks pushing you.
I think Tarek's team may be in trouble again. Even though Mimi's up,
Here comes
she's going to have to 1v5. Oh, it didn't hit?
It did not hit, no.
Oh,
right,
they
so
picked it back up there, by the way.
Yeah, I think they farmed that twice. Explain this to me though. So how does Thrash work? Does he have a fixed distance where he runs and then he pops? Can you pop it early? Can you lunge kind of like a Skydog? How does that work?
Yeah, so as your Thrash kind of swimming through, left click forces you to lunge and you kind of do your attack.
Yep.
In the air, you can left click again after a small delay and kind of explode early. Otherwise, if you hit a player, a 6-meter explosion happens. So it's pretty decent size, you know.
So you can hit multiple people.
You can hit multiple people.
It's like a cubby size, right?
Yeah, cubby size. I'd say like,
Sure.
I think if you were to kind of throw into B or anyone within that little, the stairs area,
Okay,
would get hit.
got you. Reclaiming Dizzy. Oh. These players are nasty.
Yeah.
I was literally expecting to come into this and be like, okay, let's have some fun, get some wingman plants. Okay, FRT.
CNED's the only one with a gun here. And he's making it work. Oh my gosh, he's going.
So Getsu's literally trying to get back up towards Vela right now with the door.
He's got a shorty.
Ooh.
Oh, he's got a shorty.
Huge
Oh,
cascade.
Mimi. Oh, no. Oh.
Just ridiculous.
What a round by Sirmata.
All right, Ryan, we have some time. I'm going to get to pick your brain in a way I've always wanted to, but I've never been able to.
Let's do it.
Right? How can you talk me through some of the iterations of what Gecko has gone through? Give me like the most broken state that you guys had Gecko in at one point.
Well, the reclaims had no cooldowns. You know?
Oh my gosh.
They, you know,
Yeah, that'll do it.
That's a good starting point.
And with any of these, you know, we always test a bunch of the sizes. We like to, it's like maybe try the most extreme size, or we go crazy. They say we go crazy, and then start tuning it down to what is the version where it just does nothing.
Yeah.
Right. And so if you can find nothing, and if you can find extreme, you know that there's a middle that works.
Somewhere in between there, yeah.
Somewhere in the universe would work, yeah.
Oh, they're in Mosh right now.
He's going to get another. Oh, my gosh.
Tarek, okay.
Yeah, he's heating up.
Coming alive.
Yeah, one of the exciting things I want to see, we kind of saw it a little bit there, is when we start to see, like, you know, similar to what Raze has with that nade. Oh, wait, they're actually popping out here. You can't touch CNED with that op, though.
You were saying about the similarities.
Right. So so you have the Raze nade C's combo from Fade.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful combo in Lotus. You can do something very similar, right? And even if you have both, you can really clear that back area and take some space. It's really great for taking space, and I think Fade's one of the ones that I like playing with Gecko.
So, like, just visually, it looks similar to a Viper Snakebite, right? A Viper Molly.
Yeah.
Is it damage over time, or is it more, because usually initiators don't have that except for shock darts. It's like instant damage, but it's not damage over time. How does it work?
Yeah, so Mosh kind of grows and then starts to charge up. It works a little bit like Chaos Fragment, where it gives you a little bit of time and then starts exploding.
Okay.
The big difference is the explosions happen all at the end. So after 3 seconds, charges up, Mosh gets angry.
And it's just one
boom.
pop. Just one pop.
150 in the center, yep.
150 in the center. So you're right. Something with like a C's.
It's deadly.
Right? Like a C's mosh pit combo. Instant kill.
Yeah.
They're starting to learn how to use Wingman to clear space, like to use it as a boom bot, essentially.
Right. Yeah. One of our hopes was that Gecko would be, you know, a lot more approachable and kind of like it's a low barrier to entry.
That's true. Right off the rip. That's
right.
True.
Yeah.
More approachable.
But we still wanted to keep a lot of that like learnability and that high mastery. So I think we landed in a pretty good spot, but we'll have to see.
So far, it looks like it. I mean, I definitely see improvements in how they're using the ability so far. Within 11 rounds, so.
These executes are beautiful, by the way.
Yeah, it's just going to be a 5v5.
Did these guys practice? Did we give them scrim time? Like, this is ridiculous.
I think this is like one of the first or second times they've played the game with this team.
Yeah.
It's the lockdown again from Mimi. You saw how dangerous that was last time, but the ult comes out from Vela.
Look at how far back Sugetsu's playing as well. He's just able to cut off and he rotates in.
No wingman shenanigans here.
Yeah, go get him.
Ooh, double knives pop.
Anime
oh,
battle.
Nothing. SK Rossi gets the best.
That was a tough angle to play, so
Yeah, it was.
I'll give it to him. That's good for FRT's team. They were starting to look like Tarek might let Tarek come on a comeback, but no, they have 3 partnered players on their team right now.
All right, Tarek has his ult again too. Want to see if they do anything fun with it. You know, you mentioned, Ryan, you mentioned some of the synergy with Fade. Was there anything else as you guys were developing Gecko that stood out as far as like agent synergy or, you know, some cool stuff like that?
Yeah, we found, you know, I think you can kind of see it here. We were talking to them, but some of the Harbor Wingman stuff was very good. Double Initiator. One of the things we were saying as a group was, you know, he's going to operate as a single. Oh, here's Thrash. Let's just see Thrash here.
They just broke it, so nothing happened. Actually, no, it looks like one player got detained.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was tough to tell. With that ult no longer in line, I don't know that Tarek can get to a place where he can pick the orb up again, but he does have Dizzy. So I wonder, I mean, it's not really, you don't get the same like pop flash, right, out of a smoke or anything like that. It's just a little delayed.
It's a little delayed.
You see his reaction?
No.
I did.
Oh my goodness.
Pulling this 1v4 is tough.
Round 12, gotta go for it.
All right.
Let's see it.
All right, SK Rossi down.
Not
I don't
with the
know.
Tag, not with the flank.
Yeah, man. I don't know that we're going to get the same antics that we got at, like, Pangada's ult.
Yeah.
Or Ace, excuse me. I don't think we're going to get something like that again, unfortunately. Although CNET is quietly 13-8.
Oh, my God.
I mean, he's doing his thing.
He's farming.
Yeah, Pancada here, 19-7.
We are actually going to throw it down to the desks, have them break down all the Gecko stuff that they saw. Yinsu, what'd you think? Broken? Under strength? What do you think?
I think a little bit broken, but I feel like the game is a lot closer than the scoreline dictates.
Yeah, I think it is. And for me on the new agent, I feel like this is going to be insane in ranked when it comes out for the first time. Not sure about pro play yet, but I think people are going to have so much fun with his abilities.
I disagree. I feel like this isn't close at all. I feel like this is actually more. I feel like this scoreline should have been further apart because I just feel like after those initial 2 rounds, Team Tarek have just been getting ripped apart. Lil Bro needs to wake up right now. Get the team rallied back, get them into this game if they want to pick up some rounds.
Well, Mimi mentioned those abilities. Earlier, we posted a poll on Twitter and asked you guys at home what Gecko ability you were most excited about. Let's check in and see the results. I voted for Wingman, and his overwhelming majority Wingman as well. Mimi, we so nearly saw some great moments, but it just kind of fell apart in the end.
Yeah, you saw it started off on the pistol round there, where like they try and do the Wingman plant into the cove, but immediately they got shut down. I think Team Tarek identified, okay, we have one goal, it's to get rid of Wingman. But still, there was a lot of cool stuff seen throughout. I loved watching the teams kind of adapt to how to use Dizzy.
Yeah, there's been a lot of great repeated use. And I mean, one of the craziest things is just hearing Ryan talk about how many times you can get that in a round.
7?
Up to 7 times. We've also seen a double Thrash ult coming through here. So it's been a pretty wild display so far. And I think that just, obviously with more and more time invested into really learning what you can do, the boundaries that you can push with Gecko, it's going to be fascinating to watch.
I mean, like that early round that we just saw there, where you're able to send out Dizzy to clear the first corner, and then you get yourself into the site with either Thrash or with Wingman. Also the ability to defuse, and with it's just, there's so much cool stuff that you can do with this guy.
Well, I actually have a question for you, Ryan, as I throw this back to you. If Wingman is defusing and the Gecko player dies, does Wingman also die, or does he just carry on defusing? I haven't seen it yet, but Ryan, I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, that's a very fair question. I'll give you the floor to answer what Yinsu was prodding at.
Yeah. So, Yinsu, if Wingman is planting or defusing and Gecko dies, Wingman keeps going. He keeps going.
He keeps going.
Yes, keeps going.
So, not only do you have to kill Gecko, but then you have to take care of Wingman as well.
Right. In the 1v1 scenarios, if Wingman's all alone, he gets a little scared and he dies. So if it's ever a 1v1 and he's
scared,
he
this is so adorable, bro. Poor guy.
Yeah, he gets a little too scared and dies, but that's only if he's a lost alive.
They tried to grab well with the mosh pit there.
That would have been sick.
I think they're listening to us. They have us on comms. They heard what we're trying to do.
Bella, that was nasty. Just double shock CNET.
I do hope we get to see, though, I mean, just how strong Mosh Pit is. Because, I mean, we can hear it and go, okay, instant kill, whatever, but seeing it is an entirely different story.
Right. I really love what Paula's doing here. So the Sky is kind of, they're helping Tarek with the reclaim on these. You have a lot of support. You have Omen, you have Jet to kind of take the angles, and Sky to really piggyback a lot of that initiator utility to get these reclaims.
Yeah. Which, again, you know, we were kind of alluding to it earlier, but it really feels like Gecko's built in such a way that players are rewarded for taking space that they have occupied with utility beforehand, right?
Right.
So his signature is Dizzy, right?
His signature is Dizzy.
Okay, so Tarek right now has the spike and has Wingman.
Right now has Wingman.
So let's see it.
If you don't pick up the orb, what's the cooldown on Dizzy, for example?
You don't get it back?
You don't get it back.
You don't get it back, yeah.
Here it goes. So
does he have the spike?
Does he? Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And here it goes.
Look at him go.
Don't do
it. Come on. We just want to see the little guy succeed once. That's just not fair.
I like the pinch idea, though.
1v1.
From Team
Or
Tarek.
it's 1v3, excuse me.
Oh,
no. Oh, no.
Go, Paula.
I think that was a katana, too.
Oh, it hurts. Good sportsmanship, though. Pulls out the knife.
Yeah, that's true.
That
was true. That's very good point.
Shooting.
I think that was going to be an easy 1v3 for Paula, so they had to...
Yeah, true, actually. You had to nerf somehow.
Right.
It's only fair.
Team FRT's like, please, knife.
Please. We want the knife, please.
So how does that mechanic actually work? Like planting? Is it a bind? Are you clicking? What are you aiming at?
Yeah, so there's two commands here for Wingman. Left says go find some friends. Right click is plant the spike. So only knows two things. And look at, so now here they're protecting Wingman with a couple things. Smoke here, Dizzy to kind of protect the plant.
Yes!
And here it is.
He did it! Let's go!
Yeah.
Once he plants the spike, he's done, right?
He's done, goes to sleep. You can wake him up again in 10 seconds.
I mean, it's well-earned rest. Poor little guy.
Yeah, I really love the iteration, too, of how they're taking B. I think we were talking about earlier, like, B's tough to take, tough to get the plant sometimes in, but FRT.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Tarek.
Yeah, sorry, continue.
Yeah, so the iteration, you know, throwing the smokes down, really protecting Wingman and helping them in, allows you to kind of flex how you play it. You know, like we saw the first time, sent it in by itself, all 5 played out. The second time they did it, sent a bunch of smokes in and played with it, Dizzy to protect. And here it is, you see again. Plants the bomb, goes back to sleep, Tarek goes to grab it.
So that's why you were excited about the Harbor play, right? Because of the Cove?
Right, the Cove, yeah.
Would you prefer Harbor or Sage to synergize with this agent?
We played both.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, we've been really liking Sage or Harbor on Icebox. It's been really fun. I know, like, you know, some of those, oh my God. So I'm a Sheriff fan, and that was gorgeous. I became speechless for just a sec here.
Hey, let me ask you this. As far as Dizzy goes, so, all right, you throw out Dizzy, right, and you tag somebody on the other team.
Right.
Do they show up on the minimap?
They do not.
Do you have any sort of confirmation that you have flashed somebody or gooped somebody?
Yeah, so you will see, you will hear the audio that it fired.
Okay.
And sometimes you'll hear how many it fired. But the big difference is you kind of have to put your body on the line to really see where Dizzy shot. Yeah. Otherwise, you won't be able to see where it went.
So you'll get some confirmation that it happened, but no real idea where. Look at him go again.
There you go.
Look at him go again.
And the spike is down. Thank you, Wingman.
I appreciate Tarek being a man of the people and helping us out here.
That's 2 in a row. All 3 rounds, too, he tried it.
Yep.
Right.
This might be another round win for him. Paulo!
Oh!
The Wingman fakes are going off in my mind right now. That's twice that they've tried to flank because Wingman has taken so much attention against the plant. That is a cool idea.
Yeah. And FRT here has Thrash. Curious to see what he does with this.
I think, especially like with like a fade or something like that, with some noise obscuring, or maybe like an Omen ult, like obscuring the mini map, just some sort of information denial paired with wingman planting could be real dangerous.
So they're going to try to get aggressive here. Here comes the mosh pit.
Mosh. Oh, this is going to work!
Oh, gravity wave!
No! Almost got him.
So, but that entire time, it didn't do any damage.
It did not do any damage.
Does it slow? Does it vulnerable? Does it anything?
Nope. Just
nothing at all.
It makes a really big zone, which is a little different from some of our mollies. So it's huge zone. 3 seconds, you don't get out, you die. Tarek's feeling himself.
Yeah, he is. No thrash this round either from FRT, unlucky, but Tarek does.
One of the things we started seeing as we were doing, again, these play tests was the reclaim on thrash started to play really well for attack in a way that felt really good, where, you know, if you use it for the take, grab thrash after the spike's down, you can use it again for post plant, you know, so it has a lot of strength on the attack, where you might see some weakness on the defense, but on the attack, it's great. It's great for being able to do both.
I'm also curious, just like, there's feels like 2 different identities with the agent. There's what feels like 3 information abilities, right? With Wingman as a drone, with the flash from Dizzy, and then with the thrash as well, which is essentially just a drone in and of itself, right? So that's 3 information abilities, and then there's the plant. That feels somewhat dissonant and distant objectives, if that makes any sense.
Right. Yeah, a lot of, as far as kind of like the reconnaissance that we have on Gecko, a lot of it is, it's high risk to get that recon, or you really have to be out there with Dizzy to see the information, and same with Wingman.
Yeah.
And what we wanted to achieve with this was more that if they were to see somebody, or if they shot someone, it's really clear what to do next, and so you're able to really work with your teammates in these games.
We just saw, I mean, some insane team play. Actually, they used the Sky Dog on the right side, the Trailblazer, and then they used the Wingman on the other side.
He's waiting the 5 seconds here for the plant. Oh, no, it didn't. A lot of ultimates online here.
Yeah, I mean, an infinite amount, it feels like. Especially double detain, potentially, here.
Right.
The lockdown and the thrash. It's a flash.
He's going again. I want to see the ult used. Oh, no, you didn't expect that.
Beautiful sheriff shot by FRT.
Flash over the top, a little cheeky. They just can't find a way in, man.
Yeah, I mean, they all funneled through spawn, so even with Tarek just sending it into spawn, that's kind of easy.
You know, I was just thinking earlier, I said something about how Dizzy really doesn't have the same pop out of a smoke mechanic, but technically, I mean, if you time it right, because I'm assuming there's a wind-up period right after you throw him where he cannot flash, right? But once he hits past that time window, he can pop whenever. So if you hit the timing right out of a smoke, it's an instant.
Right, yeah, so it's the same as some of our other flashes where it's half a second, but there's a wind-up and then it becomes active. Once it's active, it starts to scan, half a second, it fires.
Got it.
So you can technically do similar things like a pop flash.
Yeah.
It's really strong out of smokes. You saw there right over, and you can kind of like hide because it can get shot in the wind-up, so you hide the wind-up and it's active coming out of the smoke, right.
That's very dope. Go get him, little buddy. All right, what was the inspiration to the little buddies? Why little guys?
I think we wanted to create something or kind of really push that thematic of.
I'm sorry, what just happened? Sorry, you can continue.
You just
wallbanged him.
No, that was insane.
So the thematic of.
Yeah, sorry.
Wait, can he spam that?
Can you spam this?
Oh, he tried.
That was a nice try. Wow, Team Tarek's feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a number of ridiculous things that just happened right in a row. So I.
No, yeah. We'll pick this up in a moment.
Absolutely.
FRT is ult. I mean, they're even adorable when he's holding them.
Oh, jeez. Spike's not down, so this is tough for them to work with.
Pat Caddis said, hold that. Oh, I got this.
Paul's got some room, though. Paul's got some room.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
no.
Ah, there you go.
All right, so yeah, talk to me about the intention, the thought behind the little guys.
I think we wanted to create some type of incentive to really want to grab something. Like, let's say if it was like scrap on the ground, like you might want to leave it there, right? So something that's like, hey, that's my wingman. Like, I'm not just going to leave you there, bud, you know? Like, you pick it up and go.
You intentionally are making us emotionally invested in these little guys so that we'll go pick them back up again.
Yeah, I think that's the hope.
I think just the visual of wingman with the spike on top of their head, running forward, squishing with the noise is going to captivate people.
The sound is so good.
You're seeing here again, taking that staging space, that, you know, this little mound area. Able to pick it up pretty safely here.
All this smack.
Oh, Paula had the read.
Oh, unlucky.
And they didn't really get away with, like, Tarek reclaiming there. They stay on the entire time. Like, once they fall, once they get used, they stay down the entire time. There's no disappearing time or anything like that.
Oh, this combination is fantastic. He threw the wingman in.
Oh.
They have about 10 seconds, and then it's 20 seconds before they expire.
Okay.
Oh, so they do expire if you don't pick them up quickly
Yep.
enough.
Yep.
Okay.
That was such a beautiful play. The Thrash going in to protect wingman. It's always cool to see Dizzy protecting wingman or Thrash protecting wingman, you know. And when you're reclaiming these globules.
Oh no.
This flank is
Oh,
insane.
the defuse! He's gonna get it! Oh, Tarek is on it! Oh my goodness.
That could have been awesome. I was excited too.
Oh, the defuse.
I mean, imagine we got one of those. I was thinking to myself, especially as you were talking to Brennan and Josh, there's no way, if it can be taken down, how much HP? 100 HP or something?
100 HP, yeah.
Yeah, there's no way that the defuse is ever going to happen.
Right. That feels very unlikely. Did you have it often in playtests?
We did. So what you notice here, though, was we had to start really protecting the defuse. And I think Canada did a great job of putting that smoke down, popping it as it started diffusing. I think Tarek just knew what was happening there and got the read, but that was a beautiful play.
Oh, they did it preemptively this time.
Get out!
I like that they're committing to this attempt.
I mean, it's just one of the main ways to take that space on Lotus. So use the tools you got. I think Wingman or Gecko definitely has the ability to do the same type of thing.
Right. So he cast Dizzy to take the space, another Dizzy to take the site, and here comes the plant attempt. Protects the plant with Mosh Pit, and here we go.
Nice.
Just denies that space entirely, and also you have to leave that Mosh Pit no matter what.
Right.
After a certain point in time, you can't just stay in it. Oh, Tarek wants a knife.
Knife
Come on,
me.
Sugetsu. Come on, Sugetsu.
Showing off the Oni here.
It was all a ruse,
They're feeling it.
They trolled them.
I love that A play, actually. You know, they played to control a lot of space on the take, and they were able to plant it in a way where they were able to cover it. I thought that was a great play.
And they also don't take the risk, right, to walk into what will be further crossfires from the defending side.
Right, yeah.
Like, especially if you take tree or anything like that, go through the rotating door. Like, you have to take more space in that case.
Right, and you know, if you can get that that spike plant down, you know, if you can get Wingman to get the spike down, you are 5 guns up, right, as opposed to the 4.
And Dart getting a little bit of info here. He's just picking up right where he left off.
Come on.
Does this feel like we've had more smoke spam kills than any other tournament before, Bala?
Oh, in the overall tournament?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Including the show match.
Yes.
This is just silly.
Check PCs, check PCs.
Oh, you checked that, right?
Oh, that was almost so close for her to peek with the flash. The Dizzy. Does that flash your teammates? Because
it does not. So as it's scanning, that's one of the great things about it is it scans, and although you can shoot it to kind of mitigate all 5 getting shot compared to some other flashes like that.
That was so cool.
That's exactly it. Yeah, you push in with your team, you're able to kind of follow Dizzy in and really like, take that ground.
Oh, and even the sky flash to conceal and to keep Dizzy alive was very cool.
And you can't. It didn't look like that was in line of sight. I think that was behind him, and it still gooped him.
Well played.
I mean, wow. We've gone from FRT kind of stomping in the first half to all of a sudden having a close game in the show.
A hell of a game, yeah.
With Gecko involved, this is crazy. This is what I was talking about, or what you were talking about, Doug. The flash concealing, and he was looking at him, okay. I'm really curious how, like, playing against and what the counterplay is to avoid getting flashed. Because you're going to have that multiple, especially in coordinated play.
Yeah.
Maybe not in ranked, but in coordinated play, you're going to have to deal with that multiple times in a round.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so one of the biggest trade-offs, though, is if you shoot Dizzy dies, none of the rockets go off, right? So compared to some of our other flashes or screen obfuscation.
Yo, that might have been it. Boy, they've got money.
Yeah, sorry. So I was saying, yeah. Also, Getsu, what a great round. You love to see that. The double controller popping off, you know.
It's just what happens with guys like this.
Yeah, so I was saying, yeah, the big trade-off here is, you know, as you throw Dizzy, if it gets shot, it mitigates the whole effect.
Sure.
As opposed to something like Sky, where if you pop it, there's nothing you can really do. You kind of turn it or run away.
Yeah.
So if let's say one person turns it, you can't turn the other person's screen, your teammate's team.
Right.
They get flashed, you don't. So it's like singular, almost like isolated counterplay versus this, where you can hit it to stop it from teammates. Oh, look at this combo.
They invested a lot.
If someone was there, that would have been beautiful.
Yeah. Let me ask you, if Dizzy is behind you and pops and you don't see it, like it's directly behind you, will it still goop you?
It will, yeah.
Okay.
So if it's behind you, it will shoot you.
Ult used. CNET dancing around the Reckoning with the blades, and he's not able to find anything. This may be it for Team Tarek, man.
Yeah, I don't see a way out of this.
No, dude, they had a crazy comeback,
Seekers?
but I mean...
I'm saying it's 12-12.
Oh,
I think we're going 12.
Shot, bro.
2v5, let's get it.
No shot.
I'm thinking, Paula definitely.
1v5?
1v5.
1v5?
Let her win it.
This would be, extend the match.
Oh, they're going for the knife, yes! She has a chance!
Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Knife. Oh.
Look at Pancata in the back, just op angled.
He's just waiting. He's way too disciplined for antics like this.
At this point, this is Gladiator. Send one person at a time.
Yeah. Dude, she's going to do it. Don't do the shorty. No, please not the shorty.
Around the corner. Here you go.
The shorty. No, I can't watch.
Paula takes this.
I can't watch.
Just spray the smoke.
Look at him. He's smirking. He knows. No. Don't push the smoke. Don't push the smoke. There's a shorty on the other side. Oh, she's... Oh, no.
What a game. That was awesome. That was so awesome.
That was so cool. I mean, just moments like that, but getting the first chance to see the Asian too. Yeah. What a good time. And I think we got like a good, that was like some games, especially like sometimes I've been part of like free agent previews and stuff like that. You get the first game, it's like, nah, nobody really knows how to use the agent.
Yeah.
These guys knew. We got some good insight.
We got some strats. We got the double controller strat, trying to really protect Wingman. Looks like we knew what they were trying to do there. And you have the Tarek's offensive group really trying to take that space. So, pretty cool. It was really, really awesome.
That was a lot of fun. They picked up on it very well, very quickly. Again, a dope comeback, but Pancata dropped 30, bro. He dropped the 30 bomb.
I talked to Pancata. He said, I'm not going to lose on that stage twice. He's like, I need to take this one. I'm taking this home. So, you know, he showed it. He showed he wanted it.
That's why he pulled out the shoulder. That's why he did it.
Yeah, he showed he wanted it for sure.
Unlucky. But yeah, FRT winning the very first VCT show match.
Yeah, very
dope.
Cool.
In front of a packed out crowd.
Let's do more of them.
Yeah, more stuff like this. Yep.
And I think everybody's starting to get hyped for the next match, the main event here.
Yeah, this was a warm-up. It was a good warm-up. It was an appetizer.
Yeah, this is unreal. This crowd is booming. This crowd is booming.
Now,
it is crazy.
Ryan, let me ask you this. We just saw Gecko in a full map. Everyone's very excited. Everyone wants to play with these, you know, little buddies and see how adorable it is and whatnot.
Yep.
When will players get their hands on this guy?
If all goes well, it's going to be next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday. Oh,
right.
baby. Y'all won't have to wait very long.
That is.
Yep, it releases with 604.
Yeah. Lot to be excited about. Dang, that goop really is. It's hard to work around.
It is. You can maneuver, so you're able to kind of see where you're going. You're able to kind of see, like, how do I sidestep? How do I get out of the situation?
Yeah.
It's a lot easier, and it lasts less than some of our flashes. So I think it's about like half a second less.
Sure.
With the
I can't wait to.
yeah.
I just can't wait to get on Twitter after this and see the reactions. I bet you they're going to be so polarized. There's going to be people who are like, "Oh my God, that's crazy! I can't believe they put in this game," and the other side's going to be like, "Oh my goodness, how can you use this? It's so cute, but my goodness."
I love that ultimate.
Yeah, the ultimate's dope. The ultimate's very dope.
This was such a fun thing to go through.
Yeah, the dizzy out of the smokes. It's strong. I'm telling you, it's strong. Here it is.
You hit the timing right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dude, she had a run at it too, man. She was close.
Yeah.
Very unlucky. But again, Gecko, we've seen him on stage now. Bala, initial thoughts. Strong, too strong? What is your take?
I think it's nice little middle ground.
Yeah?
I think in lower ranks, maybe it'll be fun and strong. Higher ranks, maybe a little weaker, but I think just a good agent overall. This is like one of those agents that I just have to smile.
Yeah, it's adorable. Congratulations on debuting, Gecko, and thank you so much for letting us join you on your desk. We're going to throw it down for an interview. Welcome back. We've got a winner's interview for you, and unfortunately, I hate to do this to you, bro. There's a loser's interview as well. Wait, I do need, just very quickly, I'm going to give you the floor because you just won. Chirp off a little bit. Give him a little trash talk. Let him know.
Yo, I told you I would win. I told you, bruh.
Feels bad. It feels bad, but you know, it was a fun time, and that's what matters the most.
Hell yeah.
And we got to show the new agent, so that was dope. I love it.
What a good opportunity ahead of the finals here. What did you guys think? Just first impressions overall. Tarek, you can start.
I think it's really cool. I think he's actually overpowered. I don't know if we did a good job of showcasing it, but I think as time progresses, we're gonna see what he's actually his actual potential. So I'm excited to see what the community comes up with.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same feeling as him. It's like amazing. Everything is crazy. The game was, you know, but it's fine. In the end, we had fun. Yeah. Everybody was smiling, so I guess, yeah, we loved it.
Oh, yeah.
Very quickly, I want to give you a little love because you were so committed to having Wingman plant and defuse the spike. And we just, as for the content, we appreciate it.
Yes, I was very committed as well. I remember one time, I think it was on pistol, he was trying to plan. I jumped on him and I died for it. Yeah, it's really cute, and I think just the mechanic is so creative, so props to the devs.
How long did it take you to figure out his tech and his abilities?
Actually, I knew what he did before because the dev showed me. But the thing is, they knew we would throw the little guy there, and they jumped into the little guy.
I jumped at the little guy.
I was like, okay, let me do this. I'm planning the spike. They pissed around, and I throw the little guy, threw the little guy, and then everybody was jumping the orb. It's like crazy. I tried. At least I tried.
Good shot, though.
Yeah.
I want to know about Thrash, because that thing looks really good. With the opening able to lock down people, was that a significant, was it easy to dodge? Was there anything that was tough to use with it?
Yeah, I actually didn't get to utilize the ult as well, but it's pretty powerful because it's AoE, and on top of that, you can pick it up after you throw it once, which is kind of ridiculous. So I think my prediction is there's a nerf coming in like the next 6 months to this guy because he is juiced up. He's juiced up. Trust me, I know it might not look like it, but he's juiced up.
Yeah, the first time I saw that guy, the pick it up stuff, like you control your like flash, stun, and ult. You can pick your ult as well. It's crazy.
So good.
His mechanic, it's crazy.
He seemed like a lot of fun. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sorry. I hate it. We had fun, though.
It's okay. I've done a lot of these loser interviews. It's not a good thing, but it happens.
It was a ton of fun. Friends, we have the moment you've all been waiting for. The grand finals here at VCT Lock-In. But before we get there, we have a special announcement for all of you at home. Enjoy.
In 2023, the VCT is more global than ever. From the loud, dazzling streets of São Paulo to the neon-lit skyscrapers of Tokyo, all these roads lead to one city, where superstars are born. The only place we could have held Valorant Champions 2023, Los Angeles.
These hallowed halls have been home to some of the biggest names in entertainment and sport. From Kendrick Lamar to Rihanna, a million magic moments. This is where legends, no, champions are made. Welcome to the Kia Forum. It's been 7 years since Riot hosted a championship in our own backyard, and what better way to usher in the new era of the VCT than with a house party?
You know, Brazil knows how to throw a good party too.
You know what, Leo? You had your chance at a hometown show. Now, it's my turn.
Fair enough. Well, lucky for you, the entire tournament will take place right here in Los Angeles, beginning at the Shrine Expo Hall.
From August 6th to August 20th, the 16 best teams in the world will battle it out for a chance to make it all the way here, our biggest finals venue yet.
Then, on August 24 to August 26, we'll close out the 2023 VCT season with the crowning of a new Valorant World Champion right here at the Kia Forum. Home to Hollywood.
Home to champions.
We'll see you here in Los Angeles this summer for Valorant Champions 2023.
Well, you just heard the big news. Champions is coming to LA this August. August for more on that announcement. Gecko and many more. I am joined by Leo and Anna. Welcome to the desk. It's great to have you guys here. I've never been to LA. I'm really, really excited about this. Anna, but why LA? You know, this is the first time we're heading there for Valorant in a major international tournament.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're finally in a position where we actually can host an event in LA, and I think, you know, with Riot's headquarters being in LA and a lot of us being from LA maybe, you know, we were really excited to bring an event there, and it's been really hard to keep that maybe not quite a secret, but as much of a secret as we could for this long.
Well, let me say, first of all, it's just incredible to be here. I can barely hear myself with the crowd.
Oh my God, it's so incredible.
But we were so excited to go to LA. We've been for the past 2 years. We brought our events mostly to EMEA for a number of reasons. And this year is all about bringing Valorant to other places around the world. We're going to now Sao Paulo, of course, then Tokyo. And LA just felt like the perfect choice. It's the capital of entertainment of the world. The community in LA is amazing, so we're really, really excited to be in LA.
And the forum as well. You guys were like inside the actual venue in that video.
We were.
Yeah, tell me about the choice of venue.
Okay, look, so I don't know how they chose the venue. Maybe Leo knows how they chose the venue. What I'm going to say is I went to my very first concert as a teenager at the forum. And when we got to record that video, walking into that place and feeling like I don't know, it's like dreams come true in this moment.
Who did you see? Who did you see?
I've seen so many bands there. I've seen U2, Weezer, Death Cab, Depeche Mode, Elton John, Muse, like just a million, so many.
I've seen my favorite band of all time multiple times, the Foo Fighters over there. And you know, we were just geeking out. We're just geeking out the whole time filming that video. So.
I will say, you guys are kind of bringing up bands, singers, you know, in the past champions, we've had some songs, we've had some spectacles. Like, are we going to expect that as well from this tournament?
I mean, yeah, you go ahead.
I just want to say, Champions is supposed to be the biggest moment of the year. That's where we pull all the stops. It's always supposed to be a spectacle for every Valorant player. So it's going to be a big fest. It's going to be a celebration.
Yeah, yeah. And we're definitely thinking about Champs every year as like a moment for the entire community to celebrate all things Valorant. So yes, obviously the esport, but also just everything going on in the game. So I think you'll see what we've been able to pull off in Sao Paulo, but even bigger and better at Champs.
Oh, I'm looking forward to the song. I'm going to take that as a confirmation.
We are also looking forward to it.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys mentioned Sao Paulo as well, and Leo, I know this is a big moment for you. Now you've experienced the desk, the venue, the crowd. What do you make of this event?
Look, while we don't write the scripts, having Loud in the finals really helps because the crowd is insane, but it's just really nice to be here. We've been looking to come to Brazil for a while now. It's really special. The community is incredible. The energy in this venue right now is just amazing. So we're super, super happy to be here. And now I'm looking forward to the Grand Finals match.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. We get to go to your home turf soon, but yeah, Anna, what do you make of this away venue?
I mean, this is like getting me so hyped for LA, but I mean, I think this has been we've had a lot of amazing host cities so far, but this has been just an absolutely incredible host city. We've been here for what, about a month now, and just it's such amazing energy in this room, and it's going to be ridiculous as soon as we go to the games.
Oh yeah, when Loud walk out, it's going to be crazy, and I'm assuming you're backing them to lift the trophy, surely?
Look, I cannot be biased, you know, but I think it wouldn't be bad if they win in front of their home crowd. I'll say that.
Okay.
The Fnatic's looking really strong, so
Anna,
we'll
help me out.
I mean, you know I love you, Yinsu. I want to see both Striker.
Yes! Okay, I'm Team Anna all the way.
But don't tell this crowd, because they will literally murder me.
It's all good. Thank you so much, Anna and Leo, for joining me.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you for the announcement,
Absolutely.
and I cannot wait for the next events. But I'm getting ahead of myself, because we still have a grand final best of 5 between Loud and Fnatic. We're going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere, because you definitely don't want to miss this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Lock-In. We are finally here. Today is our grand final, a best of 5 between the winners of our 2 brackets, Alphas, Loud, and Omegas, Fnatic. I am Dash. Joining me on the desk today, it's Mimi, Achilleos, and Bala to break down all of the action. This arena is packed to the brim. The showcase, a show match already delivered, and now we're just hoping our best of 5 does the same, Bala.
You know, it's funny because I felt like up there when I was casting the show match, we got a little taste of what the crowd is going to deliver, but we know how much louder it's going to be once the players take the stage and once we get into that map.
3x the decibels, at least. We've already seen so many incredible matches here over the past few weeks, so many memorable plays and clutches. Before we get into today's matchup, I wanted to ask the desk to relive a few of those top moments from throughout the tournament. So, Bala, I'm coming right back to you to kick us off. What was your favorite moment from Lock-In so far?
I think just continuing with the crowd theme, right? It was when Loud beat DRX, when they took to grand finals, because it was just such an electric moment. I mean, literally, as soon as RB whiffed these shots, sorry, Seth, as soon as RB whiffed these shots, Loud took the last 2 kills. It was crazy in here. It was just such an electric atmosphere. You could tell everybody was so happy.
It just meant so much.
There's such a chance here for a Brazilian team to take the crown on their home soil.
Look at that. I mean, so well deserved. The entire crowd behind them. My favorite moment of Lock-In was you making Seth relive that moment. Seth, what about you, buddy? What have you brought to the table?
Surprisingly, it's not a DRX moment here because I'm still a little bit scarred from the things that Bala just brought up. But it's actually the series between EDG and 100 Thieves because it was one of the most hyped ones that we had up until we got into the semifinals. EDG, especially on this final map of Pearl, were pushing 100 Thieves to the very limit. It did. I mean, it took everything. Stellar being able to spray through the smoke, finding 2 kills to be able to get them back into this one, to be able to take this map, get into overtime, and then run it from there. EDG put up a hell of a show. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they and 100 Thieves can do in the future events.
An incredible series, to say the least. Mimi, what'd you bring to the table for us?
I want to narrow down to one specific moment. This also kind of centers around the crowd, but it was King when he won his 1v2 and he stood up and had that moment where he just like embraced the crowd in what he was able to do. Again, this is kind of a taste of, I think, what we can expect today. I'm sure there will be some insane individual moments, and I'm sure that the players will be popping off, just kind of feasting in the moment of being in front of the crowd, as King did here.
And when it comes to personalities popping off in front of the crowd, I feel like we got lucky with the 2 squads that we have taking to the stage today. Plenty of players who would be willing to take opportunities like this to show off, to throw that smack talk across the stage to their opponents.
I mean, especially the likes of Boaster. I'm expecting to see if he's got some crazy moments. He's going to be standing up, he's going to be receiving those boos, and he's just going to be thriving in it. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Before we break it all down, let's take a look back at how we got here. For Loud, it's been a fight. After a 3-map overtime banger against their old foes at NRG, they had to go all the way to map 5 to take down DRX.
It was such a close game here. It was incredible that Loud was able to come back because they started off, looked incredible map 1 and 2, but DRX did what they do best, made it a comeback, made it look possible. And then we got to map number 5, we got to Ascent, and Loud, they did not crumble. They proved that despite being tested so heavily by DRX, that they can still come back, come up with new ideas, and close out a close series like that under the pressure of this insane crowd.
And for a team with 2 rookies on it, essentially the 2 players that came in, they're the guys who actually made the clutches against NRG happen. They're the guys who led the charge again to stop DRX from coming back. It's those things that are so impressive with Loud.
Now, Achilleos, on the other side, you've got Fnatic, right? Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Choke Fnatic, they've heard it all before, but this revamped squad here has had a perfect run so far in Sao Paulo. Yesterday, they delivered a 3-0 over Na'Vi.
And this was something that we had never really anticipated. I mean, across the board on the desk, we were all expecting Na'Vi to be able to take that. Myself, Mimi, Hypoc. It just felt like Na'Vi weren't able to find their footing whatsoever. Not sure if it was an off day or if it was Fnatic really just kicking them off the back of their heels. They're completely on the ground the whole way through, whereas Fnatic never really gave them much options or many chances. 2 close maps, 1 blowout, and of course that blowout was on Navi's map pick. Fnatic just looked fierce.
To me, it just felt like Fnatic being incredible. That was the moment we expected them to crumble. That was the moment we expect them to fall flat. And it was probably one of the most dominant games that they've played this entire tournament against Na'Vi of all squads. I mean, Fnatic really is the EMEA super team.
They're making people double, think and rethink their predictions coming into today, I'm sure, with that performance that they had yesterday. Another really important note coming into this grand final. No matter who wins today, we will have our first ever two-time champions in Valorant.
We've been hunting for this for so long. Every single tournament we think, okay, the defending champions have a chance to do it again. Are they going to be doing it because they look so good winning the tournament? But there's so much turmoil in terms of teams going into the next tournament. So to see 100% getting a second trophy for one player in Chronicle or 3 players in Aspas, Sadak, and Les is just incredible.
It's pretty cool to know that regardless of what happens, we're going to witness history today. Let's talk more about Loud, the hometown favorites. They're coming into this grand final as returning champions, but with a slightly different lineup.
Yeah, Loud does have the chance here to find the first ever back-to-back in Valorant history, but I think it's made even more impressive because this is not the Loud from last year. This is a Loud that came in, picked up 2 new rookies that most people doubted would even be able to match what the former players on this squad could do, but they've been able to not only break through that expectation, but make it to another grand final in front of their home crowd, and now for the first time ever, it could be an organization winning 2 in a row.
Run it back. Now I'm just hoping that we get a Phoenix on one of the maps.
We've had every agent played at the event. Reyna was the last one to make it through, so hey, you never really know, especially when you have a good amount of tape at this point. You're in the grand final. Both teams have been able to study each other. Maybe something like that Phoenix throwing a curveball. That play was not intended. Maybe it could happen.
Put the
It
kibosh
probably
on it
won't.
before it even happens. Ball, if we're going to start working through individuals on that Loud roster, you start with none other than Sadak.
Yeah, I think you have to, because this is the guy who rebuilt this team, right? He lost 2 star players, 2 players who you really expected to have a say in this team in this year that continues, and he's just insane. He's IGLing and he's still frying at the same time. He even took up some duelist roles this time.
I mean, remember the turmoil that happened when everyone found out that the Loud squad that won champions wasn't going to be staying together. Everyone said, oh, that's it. This org is done. Yep. They lost Sasi. They lost Pancata. That was 2 of their best players. Sadak's just big jelly. He's like, I don't care. I've got these rookies. I'm going to train them up. I'm going to make sure that this works. And so far, it is looking great.
And so much of 2022 Loud's storyline around building up that roster was we have Sadak, we have Sasi, you have the coach Bazooka. But this roster was just Sadak as the leader, having to rebuild, find new talent, and form something new. He's been able to do that, something that I don't think any other IGL has been able to do at the same level.
Achilles, it's going to be Sadak making the calls. It's going to be Aspas looking for the duels, though. Will he pop off today? That's one of the big questions.
He had a really rocky start in the first couple series, versus NRG especially, a little bit of a slow beginning, but then the guy just has been building steam, and then from the outset against TRX, he was crushing. If he has another hot start like this, then by God, they could be looking at a 2-0 start against Fnatic right off the bat in this set, because Aspas was absolutely tearing DRX apart initially.
Yeah, that he was. And this guy is the big match player of all big match players. In the grand final of Champions 2022, this guy is what pushed Loud over the line to win that. And here again, he's coming back into the fray, putting up similar numbers, has a fantastic team behind him again, and it feels like Aspas is on the verge of repeating history.
All right, Ball, let's move on to the other side of the matchup. Fnatic, a team that hasn't been to the grand final in quite some time.
Feels like almost 2 years at this point.
Exactly,
and
2 years.
Having another chance is great for them, because I think a lot of people finally, when we saw the roster get put together, we thought this is a chance. This is a chance for Boaster and Durka to finally do it again. They've had opportunities where they look like the best team in EMEA, but they just weren't able to make it through. So for them to have this opportunity is huge for them.
It was Masters Reykjavik the first time they found themselves with the opportunity to take a title, ended in tragedy, 3-0 defeat to Sentinels. But there's a weird amount of poetry going on here with their own run at Sao Paulo.
Yeah, I mean, still to this day, Sentinels, the only team, this original iteration of the roster, the only team that has made it into a grand final and taken a trophy without dropping a single map. Fnatic could do that today. I think it's very challenging, but I think rather than replacing the immaculate run, they'd just be happy to get the trophy itself.
Yeah, and for the core of this team, the guys that were playing on that Reykjavik stage, Durka, Boaster, their coach, Mini, this means so much to them because over the last 2 years, since that happened, they have been through 5 different main roster players, have been trying to find the right mix. But here at Lock-In, it seems like they have the perfect recipe. Pick up a star-studded duo in the offseason of Leo and Chronicle, keep the great strategy and ideas that you've always had, and it's just working, Ball.
Yeah, and I think as well, something that's super impressive is Fnatic has gone through pressure stages multiple times. They've beaten Sentinels, crowd favorite. They've beaten Furia, crowd favorite. Then they go up and they face Na'Vi as well, and it's just ridiculous what these guys are able to do because that was the narrative coming into this. How are they going to maintain and go up against the pressure? I think the super team has helped Boaster and Durka do that flawlessly.
Trying to do to Loud what's been done to them. Let's talk, though, about what this Fnatic squad is doing differently than what we've seen them do before. What is their game plan here at Lock-In?
I think what's been interesting about their game plan at Lock-In is that they've stuck to what they know, which is coming up with really good ideas and having fantastic game plans. For example, you look at their Fracture. They're really trying to optimize things, grabbing orbs constantly to have these really cool set plays around ultimates, always buying half armor. They've always had that nerdiness, but in this tournament, they've also been able to show the adaptability and the ability to perform under pressure like you were talking about.
Now we put a bunch of focus on Aspas already. We'd be doing a disservice to the Fnatic squad if we didn't also take a look at Durka.
I mean, it's just another star-studded player in Durka, somebody that you can rely on to have those pop-off moments. I mean, similar to Aspas, we have seen Durka starting off really hot. Then when he moves over to something like the Raze, he's widely playing entry. He's still gaining information for his team, but he's not putting up the same kind of figures. But when he is on that jet especially, this man has to be respected. He demands it.
I think the parallels that we actually put on Fnatic and Sentinels' run to have an undefeated record so far in maps, yeah, maybe we won't get that today, but Durka is on pace to actually have a similar performance to TenZ, which has been held up there as a benchmark best of all time tournament performance, and Durka is there. Durka is there.
What a title to steal if you can make it happen here today on the grand final stage. We only got about a minute or so left before we get down there, so it's time to put it all on the line. Predictions from the three of you down the line. Mimi, I'm starting with you. Who takes it today?
I know that this is Loud's home crowd, and I know they have a lot of advantages going into this one, but I have to predict Fnatic. It seems like they are unstoppable right now. 3-0ing Na'Vi yesterday convinced me.
Okay, Fnatic call over here. Seth, who are you going with?
I'm going to differentiate. I'm going to go for Loud here, honestly, and that's because I was browsing Reddit. There's a nice little post there, and it turns out that the team that has eliminated an All Riot event since 2014, the team that has eliminated Cloud9, has then gone on to lose to the inevitable winner of the
this
tournament.
Man put his predictions in there. What you got? What you got?
Fnatic, and I think this one is probably the toughest match to predict the entire time, but I'm going to go with them for specific reasons. Their adaptability, they've already played up to the pressure. I think they can take Loud with the home crowd still here, and Boaster's going to lift a trophy.
Couple converts from yesterday's series, but we do have a split destiny today, which tells me we've got a great matchup ahead of us. It's time to get the match started. 30 teams have fallen, and after this best of 5, only one will remain. Today, we get our champion. It's Loud versus Fnatic. The Lock-In Grand Final starts right now.
And Loud have done it! What can't this squad do?
Cara, nunca senti isso na minha vida. Nunca me imaginaria numa final assim tão rápido.
A 3-0 for Fnatic. Stunned. Every day since then, we've been clawing and trying our best to make it back to that.
And the pursuit of greatness persists for Fnatic. And now an opportunity to be the first team ever to lift 2 trophies in Valorant.
Eu sinto que eu nasci para isso.
It started out with 32 teams. And now it's down to 2.
Loud, they're the favorites, but we're coming to win. This time, we'll try to end it.
Fnatic ain't here to mess around. We're here to play.
Eu quero deixar o Sadak orgulhoso.
Eu tô aqui pra ser um exemplo, e esse exemplo vai ser lendário.
Give him a chance!
Unreal performance in favor of Fnatic.
Boaster with 2! Boaster with 3!
Loud. So you've taken the trophy in Istanbul from Althea. So we're gonna have to return the favor.
Essa é pro Brasil, rapaziada.
satisfazo él y vamos para esa final.
Trying to spray it down. Bosta does have the man of it. A right gun in action. Okay. And cool, calm and collected. That is the name of the game.
Valorant has shown us that many aspire, but few attain. And the pursuit of greatness persists for Fnatic.
looking for the back-to-back. Fnatic with a second chance. It all comes down to this. 3-map wins stand between our teams and being crowned king here on the stage in Sao Paulo. And there is no preparing yourself for the biggest crowd in Valorant land history.
And it is so fun to see Not only the players on Loud play to the crowd, but also the crowd to be ruthless in their approach to how Fnatic walk on. Alfear is 17 years old. They give the most boos out of anybody.
Fnatic has played in front of big crowds before, but this is something different. This crowd does not want them to win a round. It is so heavily swayed in the favor of Loud, and for them, it would mean the world to win here in Sao Paulo.
I mean, the swings in volume in this arena, depending on how the rounds are going, depending on how the maps are going, is going to be completely and utterly stark.
Yeah.
One round taken by Fnatic, a singular kill, and this place can be silenced in a moment. Loud are looking to prevent that. They want to crank it up to 11.
Not that I would suggest this, but I'm pretty sure you can watch this series with your eyes closed and you'd still know the way it's going based on the crowd noise. We're diving into the map. Vito's Bala, I'm coming to you first as we wait for the reveals.
Yeah, I'm super interested to see what Loud Vito here. It should be Haven. They've not been playing this map. And also, Fnatic should be sticking to Pearl. I think that's such a big advantage for them throughout their entire tournament. Every single team has been relying on Pearl, Loud included with that Harbor Viper comp. That's a big advantage.
It is, and both these teams will ban away their opponent's strongest map in one way. Haven out for Fnatic, Pearl out for the side of Loud. We head to Ascent as our first pick here. Loud, this is interesting to see them choosing into this one so early into the series. I almost expect them to maybe try and show something special on the Lotus, something they had cooked up, but not to be. Fnatic go Fracture the second.
That they do. I mean, just fresh off a victory. This was the final map of the series just yesterday versus Na'Vi. Granted, it was a little bit closer. 13-11, they were able to get that win. They're still feeling confident in the Fracture pick, and Split now going to be coming through as well for Loud.
That one's a weird one for me. Split is a double duelist for both sides, and I really don't know how those compositions go up against each other because you put so much into your stars. So that's one that I think could go either way. Lotus here, we haven't seen Loud play it yet. Fnatic, we had a chance to see it yesterday against Na'Vi. It looked pretty solid.
It did. There's big question about what Loud wants to play there. Map number 5, we will land on Icebox. Fnatic, historically one of their best maps, but here at this tournament, we've seen Loud come out with that Harbor composition and look fantastic there.
I think Fnatic is super happy that even though Icebox has historically been one of their best, this is the place where they had Harbor Viper. This is the place where Loud can lean into the strengths that they've been working on all tournament long. So we start with Ascent where they get that Viper, but we still don't get that Harbor. It's a little weird because, like I said, they're getting out of Pearl. Loud has been using that to their advantage the entire time.
And I love this Viper composition we saw from Loud last time. The ideas they had combining the Snake Bite with other utility, it was fantastic. But Fnatic has seen it now.
Map 1, Ascent, Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's see what the teams have brought to the table.
They've seen it, and that's why I'm curious to see if they continue to run it. We'll find out in a moment here as we get ready to go into Sonic's pick. And yes, they are going to be sticking through with this. I thought maybe they would change it up, flash it once, get that win over DRX, then swap, but no, they're sticking through.
I think this comp select right here, this agent select, sets the tone for the entire series. Both these teams are not known to be switching up comps too often. So to see this right off the bat, maybe that is a sign for things to come. Maybe we won't get any agent select changes throughout the entire series.
It's going to be interesting to see, but we start this map on Ascent, Fnatic on the defense. This is a map where where Durka can feel so incredibly comfortable to take space, to op on this defense, and for the side of Loud, they're going to have to shut him down.
Yeah, for me, it's still all going to be about this Jet v Jet, Durka versus Aspas. Let's see who comes out on top.
The teams are ready to load into the map, so we're about to send it over to our casters. As we do, we're sending love out to Pansy, who can't be here with us today. And as we do, we send it over to Brennan Sideshow for the call. Gents, take it away.
32 teams whittled down to just 2 right here, and the stage is set, Josh, for a grand battle between Loud and Fnatic, and without doubt, no doubts in my mind, we are going to see history being made here today.
It's guaranteed. There has never been a team to be able to acquire 2 titles in Valorant. No player that has lifted 2 trophies. But at the end of this match, we will have somebody, either Chronicle on the side of Fnatic, or that Loud core of Sadak, Les, and Aspas, who won champions in 2022. And what a way it would be. The crowd are looking forward to it. The desk has set it up. That Jet battle is what I'm going to be keeping my eyes on too. Loud and no slouches on the attack side, and it is a long way to earning that trophy for both of these squads.
Long way indeed. 5 potential maps for both sides, eager to write that next chapter in their history books, but a pistol round is where it begins. This is a very cautious approach for now, but an explosion. Dog's going to be leading the charge. Aspas following right behind it, and Nothing in their sights to stop it, but Nana swarms at his feet. Aspas moves one of them. Alarm bot spotted. Turret as well. That's going to be clearing the backside of Jenny.
And you're going to see Fnatic in general on this map go for set retakes. They don't like to flood in as the plant is going down. They like to be very structured, make sure there's nobody tree, clear out anybody that could be backstabbing, and they're going to realize here that all 5 players are towards site and A main.
So peace of mind towards Cat. Knife against it. Flash up the top. Can't detonate it though. Suppressed. Fragment Nade going to be clearing a part of that one, and now here comes the waterfall right down and out. Fragment Nade finds it, and the fight's being taken. Fnatic laying claim to the map, laying claim to the site. It's all down to this. Less with the most to do, trying to spam it, and Boaster starting things up. Man's going to need a security detail with attempts like that, but a pistol round 1 nevertheless.
What a way to approach it. What a mentality that showcases heading into round 1. Boos echoing out in the arena, but that speaks to me that not only is Boaster dialed in, but he's willing to get up in Loud's face early. Fnatic are all, you know, laughs and jokes, smiles when it's outside the server, but you can tell in those interview pieces, when Boaster's talking, his whole Valorant career, his life for the last few years has been focused on getting this title. And the trophy now is within touching distance, but like I said, the journey there to earn it is going to be an arduous one today.
So close, you can almost taste it. Okay, crossfire setup. Lovely opener here for Loud, but a return from Durka. Paranoia matches onto his face, might have been friendly fire, but okay, Aspas completely separated from the rest of his team now. Just getting a little bit awkward still. Bit of spam through the walls. You've handed the rifle over to Aspas with the Bulldog. This guy can make short work of many targets.
Awkward for Chronicle too. It's a good 0 point. It finds both of them at close mid. But Chronicle, if he had committed to that fight, would have been in dangerous territory if they had turned on him. It's a weird situation with Boaster committed. Everybody weak on Loud, but you can't afford to give this round away if you're in the Fnatic camp.
All it takes is that one reaction. Crosshair onto the head to be found, and
Alfier's missed it.
Advantage turned around. Yep, and the timing is missed. Alfier none the wiser. Contact is the name of the game, and well, the angle's watched. Alfier falls, and it's up to Chronicle. Turled up, bides his time, waits it out. Here's the plan, but denies. Now he's got backup, teammates helping him. And it should be safe hands. So much to do for 2 years. Spike in his hands with 6 seconds remaining. Absolutely unwinnable unless Boaster gives away his life, but no. Scurries away, tail between his legs. But it is that round win that he was hunting for.
And what a difference. Boaster immediately forced to make an about face on his mentality from round 1 to round 2. Goes for the knife swagger kill in the pistol. And like you said, Brent, forced to just escape with his dignity intact. Look at that record all time from Loud. I said no teams won 2 titles, but Loud are different. They've only ever lost to 2 squads. The old crew, the current NRG core. They've only lost 4 series ever. 34-4 the record. Here comes Durka.
Kyle's crunch play, but no one to receive the brutal end of that one. Instead, it's going to be up to Leo. Here's the Trailblazer. This is an instant response. Dash forwards on top of Generator now. Cuts up the angles. And who's that? Bunkered down into the back of the site in hell. It's Alfier, and up close and personal, just the way he likes it. But a trade nevertheless. That's going to be the return of fire. And do they want to try and get aggressive? Doesn't look likely. Paranoia might have set something up. A bit of spam now.
Equal damage exchange on both parts. Les is on the lurk as well. He's got a pinch coming from Catwalk. And Boaster might not be ready for this.
Going down so low. This last layer, final element to it. TP into the site though. It's a faster play by Fnatic still. They want to try and take this one before they can set up. Loud anchoring the positions. Kawazine unknown. Did not know where the players were coming from still. Doubled up in hell.
Here comes Les.
And Loud are just demonic.
Great backstab play by Les there. And Fnatic committed to the round. That is not a bonus in round 3. Look at him coming through the pinch. I love what Boaster does on these retakes, the way that he always is teleporting into the smoke. But that means that he's not there to watch the pinch coming through, the backstab, the lurk play. Less is good for it, and that applies pressure early. Fnatic drop down onto an eco. That's all of the damage that was done in round 2, coming back to bite them.
So answered in kind. Fight trying to be taken here. You can see that util once more clearing the way. So Loud are feeling quite comfortable grabbing that orb. Steady as it goes.
Loud love to put a focus on these A-site hits. They're very drilled with them. Even when Aspas didn't perform his best, their attacking protocols and the set plays, the teamwork, it's all really good.
It's their bread and butter. And look at this. 3 of the players are Loud just funneling onto the one side of the site.
They always have multiple players facing. It's very difficult to anchor the A site against them because when you swing from Dice or Generator, you're going to be facing 2-3 players from Loud, all just slowly getting into the site and watching for you. Here's Les again.
Oh my goodness. Shot's going a little bit wide, but Swarm in a position. Doesn't clear the corner. Oh, Leo. Double spray down. Tries to pick up a bit of an upgrade. 18 bullets, and my goodness, it gets hairy, but eventually closed out. Safe hands from Sadak, the IGL of this squad.
A small limiter onto the economy, but nothing that Loud can't shake off quickly. And this map, of course, the first one in the series, is favored towards Loud. They've looked better, and it's one of the teams that's been the best of all time with the former roster, and they don't look like they're slowing down now, versus Fnatic's ascent that was really dodgy in the past, but has just been slowly refined with the addition of Leo and Chronicle. Leo fighting here with Durka in mid, looking to break a dart for him, perhaps. This Viper Orb that gets bloomed is really tough for Durka because it can drop at any time. It is not like an Omen Smoke. And he just, just gets out the way.
They seem to know, though. In Oda position and the dash into the wall. What a blunder. Loud quick to capitalize, and look at the squeeze that's occurring. Leo has to back up, has to back away, and he does claim the one. Still Seekers now. Used to try and take that market position. Loud wondering what's going on, and Leo goes for it. Okay, Hunter's Fury up close, and a flash play! What is that? Fnatic cooking up plays out of nowhere.
Incredible coordination. That's such an unorthodox position to ult from, but that's Leo to a T, isn't it? Always doing something new on Initiator. And now the pressure on these final 2 players from Loud. Barely any health between them. Spike in hand, that's about the only saving grace. What is going on there?
Clear, the players are low, still Leo just not quite ready for it.
Maybe looking at the mini-map or looking towards tiles, communicating, not focused on what's going on in front of him, and it's opened a gap.
Oh, and it cleared their way through. Look at that, Viper wall up still, the angle's not watched for, and Alvia this time will not be caught unaware.
Great stuff. Very diligent. And what a set play from Fnatic. They were throwing those out many times in the semi-final against Na'Vi. Not necessarily on this map, of course, but on Fracture we saw such awesome set coordinated aggression. This team has now taken all of that set play excellence from Boaster, from Mini, and added to it the intuition of players like Leo and Chronicle. It's a dangerous mix. It's working so well for them at this tournament.
The ability to cook up plays like that on the fly. No hesitancy. Well-earned round for Fnatic now.
So Chronicle's moved his way over to B, playing with the Odin there to look to deny Les's lockdown, I would assume. A bit of a passive setup too from Althea, but it's the A side of the map that's getting tested, and that is really common for Loud. They're going to end A frequently. Mid-control, A splits, A bursts. They always have enjoyed that side of the map. Feels to me like that's where Sadak is the most comfortable.
Given 2 years in an advanced position, he has his ult to reposition at a moment's notice. So not too worried about him just watching now, but it looks like setting up now for bit of that tree control. Trailblazer. Once more, Aspas is the one who's making sure that he can claim and vacuum up all that space. Revealed though, still has to hug the wall. Paranoia goes so wide. Durka
Tries to go for a bite of the apple, but he's pushed back nevertheless. Now we see it. Viper's Pit drop down. The strength of this composition comes from this big ultimate. We saw DRX getting faltered time and time again, but this time Fnatic are not going to be deterred. They want to try and take this one, jumping down onto the site. Up top, and as Durku claims it first, that jet head-to-head, Manifest.
Tuiz has ulted behind them, and the spike is not inside the pit.
But it is chaos. It's anyone's game right now, anyone's rounds. Tap of the spike, seeing if they can force the positioning. It's Chronicle, unaware of any sort of players in his sight lines. The pit drop down 2 to 2v2. And Bosa's taking it, half of the defuse, gets out of his life, and Leo, what is that? 3 in a round, and he just closes it out. It's more than safe hands at this point, Josh. The man's pulling them ahead.
He's unbelievable. This 19-year-old player, the prince that was promised of initiators from EMEA, has just made such a difference to this squad. He's their best player. He's the best player in this tournament from Fnatic. And that is a very, very tough bar. When you're playing it with players like Durka, Alfia, Chronicle, being the best player on the squad is absurd. 11-4 currently, dominates Haven, rules Ascent. 35% clutch rate in the tournament, by the way.
Ridiculous. Almost unheard of. And what is the answer gonna be from Loud?
This is bold from Durka. The Viper Wall makes it very difficult to challenge this position, because if it goes up and down, anyone could be behind it.
They're crawling. A lovely one claim, still shock dart, Chronicle, bit of a bailout. Hold down a mouse one, and they all come tumbling down.
And you saw there as well a gorgeous shock dart. To be able to knock Kawanzine out of his Trailblazer, I mean, Leo's got it all, the utility, the game sense is all there to match. And what does Tuiz do in this position?
The arena holds their breath. Praying for that miracle. Not handed any easy ones. Alfia quick to shut it down.
Fnatic have so many ideas on the defensive side. Leo's frequently going to be throwing these really deep darts that inform rotates, and when you have a team like Loud that loves stacking on one side of the map, running a lot of 4-1 executes, those darts get really good value. And so far too, we've just seen fantastic coordination between, especially, I want to point out, Brent, the 2 new players on Fnatic. The Hunter's Fury and the Flash, that's Leo, that's Chronicle. That's not the core players on Fnatic. This round too, the shock dart to cancel the Trailblazer, and then Chronicle spraying everybody down with the Odin. Those are the 2 new guys. And when I looked at this Fnatic squad, and to be honest, the Loud squad too, I thought both teams would need more time to win a trophy, because each team had made 2 roster moves in the offseason. But I've spoken at length about Leo. Chronicle, though, I want to wax lyrical for a second about this guy, because he has been so close to winning 2 trophies before. He was widely regarded as the best player in the world at the end of 2021, when he won Berlin and almost took champions in the same year. But his 2022 season was just miserable. He got denied that LAN by 2 milliseconds, if you remember that game. Dreams crushed under the weight of political forces out of his control, and he was just left as a loose end after LCQ. But his individual impact is insane for Fnatic, and he's close to being the only repeat winner in Valorant history. Chronicle has an unreal story that it feels like he's close to a culmination of some kind of arc in this tournament.
Wow, we're going to be doing everything to deny that. They've got their eyes also set on a similar goal, that back-to-back title, a trophy lift for them, especially with this Loud core. Early presence. Once more, it's a similar approach. Loud, they do this time and time again. If you've been watching their games, they love to play heavy and hard here for this A main control.
Suppression onto Kawanzine. They're normally going to follow the Trailblazer if they do hit A. So that's going to keep 3 players from Fnatic on this side of the map. Durka's operator doesn't really have a great way of being cleared. Seems like a good position to play, in my opinion.
Off to the side. The Trailblazer. A wider swing from Sadak, lucky to get out alive, and he does a decent amount of damage. Bruising Durka, but not dissuading him. Going back for more. Darlining him up. How does Sadak claim that one? But it's an even fight. Made a bit less so. Fnatic are returning fire. And a bit of a pause in the round. Boaster teleports behind them. Less with the jump peek, he knows. He's got to be aware of this. Kawazin's alone on the, just on the side planning. There's no backup. Every angle has to be watched for, and it's just looking nigh impossible. Doors closed in their face. Lockdown is going to be pushing them deep into wine.
It's a heavy
positioning known.
Heavy commitment of an ultimate, but that just shows you how determined Fnatic are to break the economy again of Loud.
Look at the layers of smokes here. Weapon out, flash connects. Oh, trying to return it. Spray down. Boaster with a backstab.
It's amazing stuff. 2 ults used, but they're both perfect. Boaster never overstepping, never overflanking, just causing chaos in the ranks, pulling less back, and then he's exactly there when his team needs him, playing anti-flash, ready to swing. What incredible value Durka got with the operator too. It's one of the major factors here that other teams haven't punished Loud for. There is no Sova in this comp, right? There's no drone to be able to go in, there's no recon dart. The Oppa can hold that angle for a long time.
Yep, certainly. Trailblazer's not going to be pushing you off that angle. Now emphasis placed. Look at this. Durka wants to take the fight straight down mid.
Now this is harder because he's going to have smokes in his face, guaranteed.
Indeed he does. Loud not messing around though. Knocked down to the weaker weapons. And here we go. Anything but patient. It's fast. It's rapid. They want to take control of this one. Stun onto Boaster. Where is he TP into? Cuts across the angle. There's a smoke in his way, and they are none the wiser. Loud getting silenced here. A tap of a spike. Rotates around. It's a little bit awkward, but guess what? It's a triple for Boaster. Durka. All reliable. And 2 at the end. That's the cherry on top.
Fnatic looks so good. This was supposed to be Loud's best chance of being able to start the series out on a good footing. They're insane on Ascent. You saw the stat earlier? Nobody ever beats them on this map. 1 loss all time. It used to be Fnatic's worst, but they look so prepared. And the teamwork has just kept building on Ascent with the addition of Leo and Chronicle. Everybody else looks so much better too.
Louder steadily running out of room here in this first half. 3 more rounds going to be standing between them and the end of it.
And their defense side is very good. Their defense side is normally better on Ascent, but Loud still needs some breathing room.
Because right now, leaving no room for error with the start of this best-of-5 grand finals here in Sao Paulo. Same play as before. The dog to clear, counter spam from Aspas. No rewards gained from that one still. It's now a contact play, and this is incredibly risky. Thought he was looking to inquire about pushing that smoke. No, backs away.
I think something like that might be a good idea, though. From Loud's perspective, they need to break down these defensive protocols by Fnatic. Throw something new in there.
Drone to reclear. Boaster's on a high ground angle here. Spots just Kawazin. Now the Seekers.
Great spam.
Again, Boaster. It's good for it. Knows that there could have been a player pushing up behind it still. Field can be active now, the Seekers. One after another, layering that util. Pushing forwards, and they want to fight for this. A bit of running gun, Sanak! Lovely job done, still need to deal with Leo. Ready and waiting, he's been performing miracles. Jumping, hopping round the side, but less is that extra guy. And he's making it so damn hard. Still, the jiggle with the movement out the air, traded. Down to Chronicle, and how does he want to play this in a 1v3? Odin's not ideal for it. Money in his back pocket, though. Could play this if he wants to, but so many angles watched, and a cautious tail from him as he tries to clear it, but Loud to get that additional round.
And that is what I wanted to see from Loud. Make the pathing unusual. Pushing up there towards Heaven is great, because those players on site don't quite know how to react. 2 players in Heaven. Boaster didn't realize they were pushing towards him. He assumed it was an A split. Throwing in a little curveball there is excellent from Loud. It gets them back in, build an economical cushion, and now you can hit them with some kind of fast A hit or an A split that ends in a Viper ult. And if you manage to get 4 on the board, this isn't a bad attacking half.
But Fnatic going to be aiming to stop all of that and more.
Durka keeps looking for these opportunities in mid, despite the fact he's got the Viper Orb in his face. And Boaster, what a bold play this is.
Oh, this surely, oh my, timing is everything. Didn't quite have the window of opportunity. It's up to Chronicle to see if he can, again, push them away.
And the unforced errors creeping in here from Fnatic are going to let Loud back into the game.
Leo, anti-flash position, turret. At his back, broken though. Now to Util, dodges it to the side. Leo though cannot withstand it. Up to Alfier, 2 players swarm his position, claims a second. Not too bad, but it's Loud all day long. Sailing away in this round. Pop flash play, Chronicle not allowed anything additional.
Well, after the misstep from Boaster, all the rest is excellent from Loud. Sending that flash in and dealing with Leo, who's normally good for one in that situation, but it's the punish onto Durka that I really love. The awareness to know that off Leo's contact, Durka's going to updraft and go for some kind of knife play. I think that's an excellent idea from Fnatic, and Loud are already one step ahead, and they have turned this. Round 10 and 11 have made this a good half.
They've been loving it if they can get the final one. 5 rounds on a Ascent attack. Beautiful beginning.
Look at how difficult it is for Durka to be able to get any space in mid or B main. These are normally areas where Jet Opers thrive.
But as the wall fades, it gives him the sight line. Durka quick to meet his match here. Lockdown going to be placed. Hunter's Fury from the back of the site means that is taken care of. Answered in kind with an ultimate over the top. That's fast dashing. Once more Leo's there. And it's a bit awkward, it's a bit strained, but 2 years is out on an island. No help from the rest of his team, down to just 2. It's looking all but sealed for Fnatic to get that 8th round. Sadak, reset, lovely job.
Is that a bit of an overheat from Leo, perhaps?
Tries to find it, but it is just left up to the IGL, and he will be denied any opportunity of making the most of that. 8-4, that's going to be that scoreline.
Very good half from Fnatic, but I do think Loud recovered it. It's back into winnable territory here. Having said that, Loud are expected to win on Ascent. It's their best. Has looked a bit dodgy in the past from Fnatic. It would be a fell blow for Loud to lose their home ground early. Pistol round is going to mean so much.
Absolutely will, but the first half locked up here, and hopefully a very long grand finals. Let's send it down to Yinsu, who's down on the floor.
Thank you very much, Brent and Saisho. I'm joined by Buzz from DRX. It's great to have you in the venue today, Buzz. What did you make of the first half we just saw?
I think Fnatic played really good, but I think the Loud showed their weakness because they play with the 2 smokes comp. So the attack of 2 smoke is not really good, but Fnatic really played well. They retake well and everything was good, but I don't know how it's going to be in defense, but the Viper is one of the strongest agents in defense, so I don't know how it's going to be, but I don't know, yeah. But Loud could win this, I think.
Oh, well, obviously you played against Loud already and in front of a crowd that was very similar. They were not cheering for you. They were cheering for the other team. So what was it like to play in front of the home crowd here, and how much pressure do you think the Fnatic players are under right now?
Honestly, I really enjoyed a lot with the Brazilian crowd, even though they are not supporting us. But it was a really good experience and it was really funny. Even though we lost, I also enjoyed so much. But I think the Fnatic players, they enjoying as well. So I don't worry about them.
How difficult is it, do you think, to just ignore the crowd? Like, what did you do?
I didn't ignore the crowd, but I just enjoyed, like, even they are not supporting us, okay, they're supporting us, yes.
Oh, you gotta pretend, you gotta pretend. Yeah, well, you guys heard it from Buzz here. He thinks Loud, they have a chance in the second half as they move to their defense. Bren and Saisho, I'm gonna throw this back to you.
It's always been their stronger side. Now Loud going to be in comfortable territory as we look towards that second half of map 1 in our grand finals here in Sao Paulo.
The defense side is unusual with this composition as well. Sadak uses these snake bites extremely well. And that is exactly where I was going to go with this too. Fnatic are yet to drop a map at lock-in. They have been perfect so far. We'll see how the pistol goes, but I'm pretty sure everybody expected this finally would be the time where Fnatic met their match.
Brave from Aspas. It almost looked like he wanted to take the fight to them. But no. Dodges around, plays around their own Viper orb.
And it's a strange setup here, actually, from Loud. They only used this Viper Wall a single time in the game against DRX, and they ended up losing that round. Obviously quite difficult to get through, though, if it is an A split.
Fnatic seem to have the read of this one, though, still. Look at this setup. Potential trap play, less if you're going to be taking contact, or at least the turret is. There's going to be a flash on the backside of this one. Turret sees it, flash play, and it's a double swing. Collapsed! 2 fall. Fnatic left to scramble.
What a great trap. I love that play by Loud. Adding something that we didn't see throughout the entirety of their game on Ascent. A brand new play that Loud bring out for the pistol round.
Snakebite relieves that.
The spike is on Boaster.
Mid. Wow, that's an important fight to win. He's still here, he's still waiting. What is occurring? It's pandemonium! The knife kill from Sadak, and he's still alive, he's still kicking. Time running low though, 12 seconds. It has to be fast, it has to be loose. Paranoia, not gonna have that tool in their back pocket for this one, and the plan has to be stuck inside the smoke Alfia, covering. They don't have control of the back of the site.
They don't know if anyone's here.
That's why they're trying to clear it. Still seem to be a little bit more comfortable now. Sadak's so low. One stray bullet would have found him. Could have evened up this battle, could have evened up the fight. And Boaster, maybe a little bit too overexcited there. Alfia, how much can you do? Viper's Pit round the side, flash blocks. Paranoia though, layers on layers.
How does Loud recover that? What did I just witness? An insane trap play off the rip to make it a 5v3, and then this. Sadak's bringing a knife to a gunfight, and Catwalk who comes out on top.
Unbelievable.
Leo's left rattled. Boaster should have done enough to equalize, but that is an absurd round. And Loud are back to their classic defensive setup here. The Killjoy utility will pivot from A to B, but you see the Viper Wall used for flood retaking, set retaking over on the B site, and these snake bites very difficult to get through.
That's brutal. What are you going to do, disrespect it? Sadak is up close, holding the angle. Backs away though, just in case there was any sort of presence.
And the whole reason that Sadak is close there is to check and see if Boaster has TP'd across.
Dart flash reclearance.
This setup, though, from Loud doesn't have a great ability to retake A main in the mid round. There's no KO there to be able to reflash it. So now that Fnatic have taken A main, they probably have it for the rest of the round. So they can leave, and Loud will probably never have great information about whether or not Fnatic could re-hit A. I like how Boaster's playing this one, but you've got to remember Fnatic are still at a fairly heavy gun disadvantage here.
Absolutely. Not favored when it comes down to any of those duels, any of those gunfights. Game plan seems to be just farm up the orbs, take control of main, make sure that they can build up these ultimates for a future battle where they're going to be a little bit more even.
And Fnatic have been very diligent about that. Mimi on the desk was talking about it when it came to their Fracture gameplay, but they do it on all of the maps.
Almost there. Triggers. No play off of it, but it's just that spam.
It's
Down
a fake.
20 seconds.
It's going to be an A split.
Spike is leaning towards A, but they've got to deal with Sadak. Dart at his back still. He's cool, calm, and collected. Removing the util. And they're running out of time. This could be a disaster for Fnatic. Overcooking this one. Can't be saving these pistols. Not into this round. And Sadak will answer kindly.
Very clean round from Loud. Prime game and flawless. Puts them into a position to start this comeback. Have they got some kind of bonus round cooking here? You know, it's not like Sadak was able to build up to his ultimate there. even with the eco kills towards the end. So there's nothing major to craft the game plan around. Okay, we're back to the A Viper wall, favoring it a lot more than they did against DRX.
Possibly just worried about Fnatic doing their homework.
So this lineup from Chronicle is going to clear out Wine really heavily. And what I noticed watching the Fnatic attack is that they are so lineup reliant. All of their players have lineups for everything, but it means that they start their executes a long way away from the site. And that gives the defenders just a brief extra moment to react.
Drawn through a timing. The potential is there for Boaster. Looks like he might want to go for this one, but no. Viper wall in his face, pushes him back. Jump spotting from 2 years. No one in his sight line. It's so delicate from Fnatic. Waiting around, a bit of presence shown though. Alarm bot's cleared. Knife in, Boaster. How do you win this one? Well, his team's going to be helping him out. Choke point contained, doubled up position. Aspas. How do you bail yourself out? Dash active. A bit of help for them, but already the damage is done. Fnatic have claimed this site. Going to start to get this plant down. Still, play to be made. Dashes forward, cuts it up. They know Alfie is here, and he loses the battle. Handing over a rifle. Aspas is deadly. Vandal in his hands. Flick of the wrist, dodging, weaving, and buckling underneath it. It's Fnatic though to come out on top.
Decent round from Fnatic, creating some mid-pressure by breaking that alarm bot. And economic damage against Boaster's team, it doesn't really do too much. This Fnatic squad is so committed to running light armor in pretty much every round to avoid having to eco as much as other teams. Definitely something to keep your eyes on. Maybe you can spot those moments where a Phantom headshot potentially does more than it otherwise would, but overall, it means that when they come into rounds like this, even though it was a decent bonus from Loud, Fnatic is still looking pretty. That is a big push.
He's alone, he's isolated, stunned up, that is disgusting. No right to win that one. Could barely rattle off any bullets, yet still he does.
It's a massive opener. Cowanzine using one of his flashes and peeking behind it to clear tiles. 3 players are still going to be leaning A on the defense because of all of this information that Cowanzine is getting. But at some point, he may overstep. I mean, look at these players from Cat. They're going to see him.
All about that fight. Overstaying his welcome in tiles, Cowanzine. He did get good information, but pays for it with his life. Fnatic, massive advantage heading into this round, and the Stampede is going to start rumbling its way over towards the B site.
This has got to just be a save from Loud. You can't get the B retake working, especially with Sadak's wall committed on the opposite side and the IGL himself in the spawn queue. Fnatic are going to get a freebie here. And Chronicle 1 away from the null command being online. There's a few errors creeping into Loud's game here, right? Aspas is not having a great game himself. 5 and 12 currently, and looked really timid in round 15 when he was taking that fight with the Spectre. Just dancing around, not willing to really fight anybody on even footing. Of course, with the inferior weapon, but I normally expect Aspas to be more confident and aggressive than that.
Brimming with it.
And now in this round, you know, you should really be able to take Alpha out like that. Fnatic's individual prowess, the EMEA super team, the brilliance exuding from each of these players is carrying them over the line in moments like that.
Raw skill. It's been a clear difference maker, as we've been mentioning before. Fnatic, seems like they broke barely a sweat at times. Listen, don't get me wrong, pushed here and there on a map or two, but not dropping a single one to make their way all the way to this grand finals.
The weaponry is not great here. Cowanzine with a Guardian, Sadak with a Spectre. Aspas still taking the Operator over to A main.
Patience.
I would imagine here that Chronicle's going to want to claim this ult orb at some point in the round. But the A-main setup is difficult to break with the one-way, with the snake bites. Risky for Cowanzine, but he does a lot of damage thanks to the Guardian he's got on board.
Goodness me. Yeah, Alpha, yeah, walking away, a bit wounded, limping. Dash though from Aspas, starting to fade. Seems to be aware. Boaster's up to no good, and he's lurking, creeping, crawling in mid. Is that a fight that's about to be taken? Smoke to block off some sort of angle.
I mean, this
Still
is going
held.
This looks like it's going to be a B hit here. With Boaster going down, it's all up to these players in B main.
In that 4v5, Seekers instantly. Dart lights him up, and well, an easy target. Less. Basically, you have paper mache standing between him and the bullets. He's no longer living. Plant's going to go down, no command, pushing him back, so no abilities to go for that fast flood retake here.
Yeah, but here's where we get to see the Viper Wall in action. How do Fnatic set up in the post plans to still support each other?
Oh, Lombard, you can see them trying to get the warband kill. It's a cute play, Alpha yet spotted, 42 health. And now he can just bide his time, he can wait it out, he can be a bit of a nuisance for them. Still Loud looking to try and take this one. Players are low though, and another dart revealed. Leo set up, and how do you clear him out? Just absolutely bunkered, time running low, Spike. Barely any time left to play with. What is that? Sadak making the most. Leo, how do you hold on? 33 health, but he's done enough. The players are Loud, trying to vacate, trying to save their weapons. They will do just that, but purely consolation, Josh. It's Fnatic who win the round.
And Fnatic get themselves up to an 11-6 lead. Knocking Loud's economy back down again. And 2 rounds away from taking Loud's home ground. I think Alpha does so well in this round too. Once he gets spotted in mid, to just delay. Because it burns so much time off the clock, and eventually the clock was Loud's biggest enemy. Fraud is going to have some words with his team here. They're giving up early picks, losing those initial battles. And then not quite able to hold on to the site. We were taking a look at the Jet head-to-head early. You expect Aspas to be able to get into more positions where he can control the map. It feels very much like Fnatic are choking him out. 6 and 13 here. Didn't play incredibly on an individual level when Loud went up against DRX, but that time Sadak's calling, the game plan, bailed them out. It is going to have to be a masterclass on the defense side to recover this. And it's a big blow. It's a BO5, so a long way yet. But Loud should have been the favorites in map 1.
Oh yeah.
And things only get more difficult for the Brazilian hometown squad after this.
Not a great start to their hopes and dreams of trying to grab that back-to-back title, to lift the trophy once more in front of that hometown crowd. Fnatic are going to be joyous though. This is a great lead for them. 11-6. Knife at the back. Kawazine, no chance of him using any util. This is fast. Okay, Fnatic not wasting any time. Moving forwards though. This Viper Wall is awkward. How do you maneuver your way around this one? Still 2 players anchoring it to the back, so Loud comfortable for now. Still hot flash play, and there's the response. Chronicle there. Judge in the back line. Fearless from Boaster.
7
Takes the fight anyway. Doubled up though. That is going to be nice. Making it easy for them. And Leo, a minute left. But the game plan has crumbled. Whatever timeout Loud has taken, paying dividends.
Leo's ice cold in these situations. It's a very difficult one to win. But you can see that he's happy to be patient, disciplined. See if Loud are going to make any mistakes and give him a free one.
30 seconds, off angle by 2 years is far too good. No way! The movement from Leo doesn't make himself an easy target, and now he's found it down to that 1v2. Spike in his hands.
And the defenders spread out. They didn't realize the spike was down.
One less problem to deal with, but a swing off the turret. That's discipline.
Well played there by Loud. a necessary round to get themselves back into things when their economy was looking poor too. Only a judge on Sadak, but he still made things work. Sadak now with Pit too. So getting that into a crucial position, maybe this can be leveraged into a little run, a little spree of rounds here. With how disciplined Fnatic are in the first 30 seconds usually, you know, all of these lineups to clear different areas and give them information. It does feel difficult for the more aggressive players like Aspas and Kawanzin to get their value early.
Trailblazer used, sets him up on the angle, Alfie is spotted.
But a smoke from Boaster, really nice to bail him out.
Yeah, relieves it. Free to cross. Now you start to see that Viper's Pit. We were talking about this earlier. That is a difficult one to bypass.
It's horrible. But at the same time, Fnatic could group up and go for an A pop or a B pop, and they just don't have to deal with it at all.
Drone use close. Aspas. Disrespect shown. There's no shot, man. He's still got the dash, but all that util lobbed at his face. Has to back away now to the rest of the site. Lockdown placed, not in a spammable angle. Nothing for this one. Hunter's Fury leads the charge, leads them in. Jumping, skipping, straight past the Nano Swarms, but Dirk has taken so much damage, and wow! Aspas trying to avoid it. Anchoring into the back of the site. It's a lovely collection of utility, but it's still Loud with the edge. Plant down, though. B main control held by Leo. Boaster, a close corner. Loud are going to have to clear this one.
They have a flash, but do they decide to put it in that place? No, doesn't quite catch him.
False information potentially. Does Sadhack still clear this one? Knife against them. He does. Runs out. No trade inside still. Les is there. And Leo's made it dangerous. But down to Chronicle. 1v2. Can he do it?
Time is ticking.
Time has been bought. No util in his hands. Back of the side cleared. Finds an easy fight. Down to 2 years. And this is so dangerous. Has to stick it. It's the percentage play. But the run and gun forwards. And Fnatic find themselves on that map point.
Incredible stuff there from Leo from Chronicle. Just the amount of pressure that Fnatic are under and still able to generate these rounds is absurd. First of all, great ult combo there, right? Baiting Aspas into the corner, knowing that they'd left a gap and punishing. Love to see that. And then Leo tucks himself into logs, gets a snake bite at his feet, and still manages to get value from the position and set up Chronicle for the 1v2. Loud now with a massive ditch to dig themselves out of.
Durka, he's not wasting any time, is he? Overstays his welcome towards main, though. That was contained nicely. Still, Leo. God, man, this guy's util.
He almost got two.
He's knocked him down quite low, hasn't he? Nana Swarm. Moving forwards, Boaster. That's a TP close. Clears a lot of it. They're all going to be closed now as well, so the site given up, but Loud are setting up for a faster play, and it has to be a win.
What is the plan here from Fnatic to counter the lockdown? They must have known that it was available in the round, but they didn't have anybody backstabbing towards Catwalk. This round feels a little rushed from Fnatic.
Yeah, they don't have the foresight quite. It's given Loud this opening. Spike being defused, half on it already. If your plan is to spam, it's not a particularly good one. 2 years already gained half. Still, he gets taken down.
Flank as well coming through.
Down, and here's that reflank out here. He might be the difference maker. He might just shut it down, but no. Kawazin, the trust in his teammates, extends the play for but a moment.
And that is a classic Loud retake. Very aggressive, leave one player on the spike. They did it with Tuyis and then Kawanzin to get the other half. But that one's brutal. Everybody on Loud falls. Their economy is in no better spot. Each one of these rounds is blood, sweat and tears just to get 1 point on the board. Steal one round away from Fnatic, who has sat still at map point with 4 future rounds, future opportunities to convert.
No room for error. That's what Loud are dealing with.
But for Fnatic too, they can't rush things. That round was sloppy. Durka just looked like he wanted it over. He was already thinking about Fracture.
So this time it is Fnatic who are taking their time with it. No funny business, no Hard fight towards A main. Loud instead, just waiting. 3 players anchored onto A. Cowers in jump spotting as well, getting that information in the mid-round.
Now, why do I get the feeling we're about to see something silly from Boaster? He's picked up the ult orb to get his Omen ult online, and the spike's headed in the opposite direction. Is this just him controlling A main and applying some pressure and meeting back up with the rest of his team? Very possible.
Seems likely. Pixel angle. Sadak doesn't have the gun for the job, does he? Spectre, barely even a tickle, no damage done. But backs away now. Help from the rest of his team. TP in play, and there's that ult that he picked up. Dash forwards, cutting it across. It's a coordinated play. It's a coordinated strike. And Fnatic turning the arena into a library, but Loud have got to do the most now to try and upset that. Knives in Aspas's hand. What is the cue he's waiting for? Dashing to the side, spots a player, pings it out. 1 kill found, still got the knives. An upgrade in the weapon.
Les has cleared out B main as well.
But it's a 2v3. Make it a 1v3. Aspas just nigh impossible to keep them in the map. On their favored stationary ground, still held down. And that 13th round is claimed. Fnatic off to a fantastic lead.
First blood in the series for the EMEA Super Team, showcasing here in Sao Paulo that home territory means nothing. Home ground advantage means nothing. They battled against the crowd, and they battled against Loud's favored map pick, and come out on top, still undefeated. Still yet to drop a map. Remember that they got 3-0'd the last time that this team went to a grand final. This is their first opportunity since our inaugural LAN in Valorant for Boaster to lift the trophy with Durka.
All the way back, 2021 at Reykjavik. They got their sights set on that trophy to lift it. Is that dream come true? But obviously, any more maps left to be played before they even start thinking about it.
And I think you've got to give such incredible credit to Leo. He's been their best player in the tournament so far, my bet for tournament MVP, and he was the difference maker in so many of these rounds.
Top of the scoreboard, that consistent factor over and over again. These highlights just iterating it. Fnatic have come prepared for this fight. A little bit bloodied, but still looking comfortable. That's going to do it for map number 1. We'll see you just after this for the continuation of the series.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate.
Hello and welcome back to Sao Paulo, where Fnatic come away with a massive Map 1 victory over Loud in 13-8 fashion. We're going to break down all the happenings of that map, but I'm sorry, can we start with the fact that Boaster went for a round 1 knife in the grand final? What is wrong with that man?
Trying to put the fear of God in him, you know? I think it might have worked.
I mean, what a way to set the tone for the entire matchup. But what a game from Fnatic. They keep their flawless streak. They send Loud to have their second ever loss on this map. And the way they played was absolutely fantastic. I think this Viper comp is definitely something that can be a little hard to play around, a little bit hard to think about. But Fnatic called against it perfectly.
Yeah, the only other loss was against Optic in their very first Grand Finals appearance. So this is their third now. And you really did expect, Josh and Bren were mentioning it, the fact that they should be favored on this map. But I think Fnatic came out with the exact same ultimate prowess that we saw on Fracture on this map too. This round 5 from Leo was phenomenal. I'm surprised that Loud is giving them the space to have this sort of opportunity. The pause in the approach was really what killed them here, but Chronicle and Leo are working so well together.
And that was what was fantastic for Fnatic this map. They came in with a good game plan of how to counter out this Viper. You wait for the utility to go down, you pop with these faster takes, but they also had great calls on the fly, particularly with Leo, with Chronicle, like you're talking about. That coordination was on point, and the quickness at which they come up with these plans is so impressive.
Yeah, Fnatic playing with fluidity from the very early rounds, Achilleos, and taking a look at one specific matchup. We've already said his name plenty, Leo, but we also have to talk about the other side, Cowanzine, putting a big focus on this one because Leo feels like he's in his comfort zone.
No, he absolutely has. And I mean, the prince that was promised, as Sideshow put it there on the cast, this guy has been an absolute treat, a front runner for MVP, and he kicks off this series just absolutely crushing. 329 coming out on this initiator, a 3.0 KD. Cowanzine on the opposite side. We didn't see the same sort of impact performances from him, the same plays that we've seen from Cowanzine in the past, but Leo was all over this map.
I think part of it is because this game was not relatively close, and I think Cowanzine is the guy who is able to actually help Loud when it's in chaos. For Leo, his first Grand Finals appearance here, he does that. 23-12, top fragger on the server.
19 years old.
It's Finals MVP level stuff if he continues this type of run, and he's already had a tournament.
Yeah, he very much is on that course. It is incredible to watch this guy play. And for Loud, it puts him in such a tough position, because even when it felt like they had these good ideas, when they found the key back in, Fnatic has that star power. They have Leo, they have Chronicle clutching up in those late rounds.
I think the biggest concern for me is that in addition to Cowanzine obviously kind of getting blown out of the water there compared to Leo, as far as just those individual players are concerned, we weren't able to see him setting things up for Aspas, who ends up bottom fragging in this lobby. This is that Jet stomping ground, and unfortunately, Aspas was not really able to step up to the plate here.
I think one of the pitfalls of that comp is just having a Sky. They don't have a Sova to actually drone in Aspas. Like Josh was mentioning, they don't have as much tools to get through. All you really have is to flash Durka off an angle. So you're really reserved to doing that, and I think that is where Aspas struggles as well. Another note as well on the Sky compositions in general, Loud actually has been struggling against Ops. Early on that defense side, Durka did start to get going, and I think they need to start fixing those issues, and I'm not sure where in the map pool they're going to be able to do that.
They really will have to work on that, because they are very much dedicated to these double controller comps, the Harbor to the Sky. It's one of their main game plans thus far this tournament, and I think it is a worrying sign that Fnatic has found that that solution so early on. On top of that, also, throughout this game, what I was impressed with was Boaster and the way that he was playing. This guy has wanted to lift a trophy for so incredibly long, and the plays he was making on Omen, it's clear that he wants this to be the final.
Looking for Loud to step it up in this second map, but it's going to be a difficult thing when you've got Fnatic firing off the way they are. We had him being a difference maker yesterday for Fnatic. The question is, will he be the same today? As we take a look at Alphayer warming up in our AIM lab, a shoot-around a little bit earlier. This guy didn't have to do too much work, if I'm being honest, on map number 1, and that's the nice thing about the way that Fnatic's playing, is that Now he can look to step up map 2 and really shut out Loud.
Yeah, I think not having to do much work is maybe an understatement, because I think his role allows for him to just do what he needs to do, and that gives room for Boaster, that gives room for Leo, that gives room for Chronicle as well, and Durka as well to just be there as an anchor. Alfir, I think, did quite well. I think the flanks could have been a little bit better, though, on his end.
Yeah.
Next we go to Fracture. Mimi, talk to me here, because we already have Fnatic taking Loud's map choice. Now they go to their own.
This is a map we have seen from both these teams, and it's looked good thus far, but I am a little bit worried about Loud. This is the second map out of both Split and Fracture that they're going to be playing, or at least we expect them to play into this double duelist composition, and I think we saw in their semifinal appearance versus DRX, a lot of the weaknesses of that composition get exploited a little bit, and Fnatic thus far, the way that they have been playing, it seems like they've been doing a really good job at giving space and then going in for these really well set up retakes, which I think could continue on their defensive side here on Fracture.
Yeah, I think one of the weaknesses, even going back to the semifinals, that I thought throughout the first stage of that alpha bracket was Sadak leading on that race, and how he actually has to get impacted with that too, because he is not a star player. He is a very good player, but he's still the IGL.
As we hop into the Prime Gaming agent select for Fracture, Achilleos, one of my concerns here for Loud is that this was the map we cited when we talked about Fnatic's coordination, their control of the orbs, and so it feels like they're even more so in exactly the place they want to be.
Yeah, but they did just play it yesterday, so plenty to watch there from the side of Loud, who, granted, did suffer a loss to DRX on this map. DRX are incredibly well drilled at it, so I don't think you can excuse it. For me, the big people to watch here, still, it's going to be Kawenzine, and then it's going to be Chronicle on the opposite side. The breaches, determining what the tempo of these pushes, these attacks coming into the sites is going to be. If Chronicle and Kawenzine can have a similar impact to each other, this could be a really close map.
In this first half, I'm looking at the post plants and the retakes. Fnatic fantastic in these posts, but Loud plays forward in their retakes. They're great at them.
We're ready for map number 2 to get underway. Can Loud strike back and bring us to a 1-1 as we send it back to our casters of Brennan Sideshow for the call?
There lies the question, doesn't it? Fnatic striking that first blow in this best-of-5 grand finals, and we'll see if Loud can answer in kind, returning fire on a map pick that's not theirs as we head into Fracture.
And I think this is the moment where those players that have been to 2 grand finals before, I'm looking towards Sadak, I'm looking at Aspas and Les, the veterans of this squad, to really step up and act as examples and role models to Kawenzine and Tuis to show them how it's done and how you perform when the pressure is on. Especially for Aspas in his role from going rookie to veteran. I think he's been great in these high pressure moments, but this is how he's having to shift. No longer the rookie superstar of the team, now he also has the responsibilities of leading his team mentally at times.
Early presence there from the utility. Nade up close, and look at that. Swarm into position. Les is in trouble. Leaps and bounds away from the side and barely gets away with his life. It's a faster play still. Loud look to try and fight them. From the back entrance there of Arcades. That was seen so low. Leo still holding a close corner. That's lovely. Util responded with, though, the flash. And they do deal with it. 2 years. Fantastic play. Still Durka. Traded. 2v3. Fnatic players doubled up in tower. Vital pistol round. Really getting down to the bare bone elements. Aspas, do you want to try and take this fight? A bit of damage. Molly at his feet. Space to defuse. Out for year. Pressure from the back. Don't want to go for it. No time being played. Running forwards. Out for year. An absolute madman. No health left, but no time either. And it's Loud who will be shut down.
Big opener for Fnatic. Starting out strong here on Fracture, their map pick. And I thought that Loud had an opportunity to win that one. When Fnatic had sent all of their players arcade, and you saw Les be able to wiggle out into stairs. Tuis gets 2, Aspas with the trade. Both teams playing that pistol very well. But just not quite able to apply the same pressure and get somebody on the spike to defuse it. And Fnatic's positioning rewarded.
They are looking unfazed. They command that first map lead here. Starting things off on the right foot once more. A pistol round for them, looking to see if they can convert.
And it is really interesting that Loud picked defense side, because that was where they were struggling so much against DRX. When DRX shut this down, this double duelist idea, it was because they couldn't really contest enough on the defense side. So there's got to be a different idea here, maybe some kind of anti-strat coming out from the mind of Sadak.
Maybe just some heroics. Weapons aren't good. Loud forced to try and take some unfavorable fights. Alfia is on one right now. Bullet through the wall leaves Aspas very injured.
And Alfia is very close to his ultimate too. It's another big thing to keep track of when you're watching Fnatic on this map, and frankly any map. Bit of sound bait, draws 3 players to A. Nicely done. But yeah, keep a track of those ultimates. You heard the desk talking about it too, but they are very good at being able to fight for space.
It's Leo who's trying to sell this one. He's dragged them all towards him. A lightning rod. Attracting that ire of Loud. He will fall, and he does hand over the gun, but the space was gained. Fnatic, that was their goal.
Yeah, and it was only a stinger, right? So it's not like it's a major weapon for 2E's to use. Should be easy cleanup here for Fnatic. But they're going to try and keep as many players alive as possible. They've got 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal to hold off into the next.
Turn in his face.
I think another big thing here, though, Brent, to keep track of for the people at home is that it's not just about them picking the ult orbs up. Oh, hello, 2E's.
I get a bit of confidence back, why not?
Yeah, that's decent. It also takes one of the Bulldogs, presumably, out of the hand of Fnatic. They're going to keep a Bulldog and a Vandal into the next. But what I was saying, Fnatic are not just going to be able to get ults online, but the plans that they make with those ults, the machinations of Boaster's depraved mind at times are truly unfathomable. If you're going into a ranked game and you see, oh, there's a Killjoy ult, or oh, there's a Brim ult, normally you have a good idea of what the opponent's going to do with that. Against Fnatic, they have so many unique ideas. You saw it in the pre-show, the desk showing you the C's into Boaster's ultimate that they ran to trap players over defending sand. They have so many unique ways of being able to combo them, and it makes coming up with a game plan to prevent that very tough.
Even weaponry. It's Loud who look to try and fight back. They have the guns, but do they have this idea? Look at this, creeping. On the north side, a drop, that's Fnatic. Sees over the top, latches down. Caught catching these players! Wow. Durka, fast engagement. Dives forwards, taking point. Low enough still, now you see the orbital strike, and what is that? Kawazin, the absolute difference maker. A triple, when he really should have got nothing. Spike in the hands of Chronicle, looks to make a play, pushing into the spawn. Loud doing the most, no way, not a chance in hell. Leo, he can't be doing this. And indeed he doesn't, but listen. God, he made it precarious.
What a round from both of those players, Kawazin and Leo. That was the head-to-head, actually, that the desk was highlighting as 2 players that had varying amounts of impact on the first map, but my God, whenever I watch Kawazin here on Fracture, it seems like he gets 3Ks constantly. This map is certainly going to be a battle between the 2 IGLs in terms of game plans, but there are plenty of opportunities for individuals to make their mark. And Loud look like they want to try and push out Dish. This is removing one of those ult orbs, clearing one side of the map, giving them some useful information. And Loud are now going to realize there's probably people under tunnel or pivoting into B.
Yep, it's the re-clear through Arcade because they anticipate this. The lockdown play in tunnel.
Do they go to break it?
Looks like they're just giving up the site. The entirety of Loud are grouped up here on the north side.
And the Nanoswarm there to defend it as well.
Still. A little bit bloodied there, Boaster looking for the right angle, and here is the go button! Rolling Thunder cuts across, but stuns on stuns. No one can really gain any ground. Boombot is there. Durka pushed back away from the nade. Boaster's got his ult online. How does he want to use it? Right here, right now! Catching, connecting, Stinger as well. Lets it rip and wrangles the beast. Left into the 2v3. Loud. Farm bot place, they know nobody's pushing, but waves of this utility are now going to start to come through, or at least Chronicle, stun, out in the open, Leo! A swing to bail out his teammate, his compatriot. 3-1, Fnatic taking this lead.
It is very difficult to beat Fnatic when they have ults online. The game plans are just immaculate with it. And over the course of this whole tournament, I have been mightily impressed with Boaster. The addition of Leo and Chronicle seems to have freed up the IGL to not have to macro as much, to think more about his own game. And Boaster's decision-making, ultimate usage, and fragging has all gone up as a result. I'm constantly impressed. A play like that where he uses his ult, swings around, grabs another. He wants this trophy. You can see it in the way that he plays. He can tell the time is nigh. He has the best opportunity he's ever had.
Never been closer than this, without the exception of that first LAN event.
And listen, he didn't get a map then, so this is already closer.
Starting off much better. Spike stuck, second guessing themselves. There was util sent flying. Loud were looking to disrupt, but they guessed incorrectly.
And these are dangerous moments because Fnatic have two players close to ults again. Durka and Chronicle, you don't want to be feeding them. Loud would love to try and keep the economy in check, but it comes at a cost.
Loud were looking to try and fight this one, but listen, never favored. Slight angle, crouch, still Durka, snaps to it. Shuts that one down. 2 years. Center's play, looking to see if he can at least take away a rifle or two, but yeah, I mean, Fnatic are not giving him anything, man. No scraps, no crumbs.
No, and Fnatic chaining all of this economical advantage into an ultimate advantage. Sure, Loud have players that are close as well and have some big ults online, but as the attacking team, Fnatic are normally going to be able to take command of the round early and impose their game plan upon things. Unless you see Large, breach ult into spawn or Sadak doing something crazy with that. Fnatic at the end of this timeout called by their opponents are going to be able to concoct a strategy that revolves around Durka taking space with a showstopper, maybe Leo's ult combined, Chronicle for a post plant. There are just infinite varieties of things that Boaster can cook up here, and he's been given even more time to do it now with this Loud timeout.
We're looking right now at a very off-balance Loud. Off kilter, looking to regain that balance any way or form. That's what the timeout's for, but it's just so difficult. Just to reiterate what you were talking about, Josh, listen, Fnatic, there's no one who does it quite like them so far at this lock-in event, at this lock-in tournament. When it comes to coming up with those cheeky ideas, anything to just throw off your opponent.
And isn't it absurd that this team has only been playing together for the last 2 months?
It is. They look insane.
They played some show matches and stuff over the course of December, but after talking to Mini, their coach, they weren't even practicing seriously for those. They were just turning up and playing them because, yeah, it was just a bit of fun in Japan, why not?
Yeah.
Oh, they are looking like they want some more fun in Japan in a couple months' time. You saw the flash of the trophy there. This team is on a warpath, and Loud stand in their way. Many more maps potentially to be played in this series, but Fnatic are in command currently.
Oh, here we go. Similar play that we've been seeing from this Fnatic squad. That's a seize. Only so that Durka can't be punished. He's leading it in with his showstopper rocket. Will it find it? Guesses incorrectly. Less to the re-swing. Narrowly escaping, but he is being threatened. But the crosshair placement is immaculate. Leono! How does he do it? Raw potential made manifest. The backside of Horse there, still the spike is out in the open.
Like a little gift from Wingman, isn't it? Dropped into the laps of Loud. And a pretty big breakdown in terms of the coordination there from Fnatic. Had a long time to talk about how the ults were working, but Alpha was not tight enough to Durka. What is this with 50 seconds left? Calling the long rotate.
Heavy
all
rotate.
The way through spawn.
And look at this, knives out, not worried that anybody could be lurking.
Why would they be? The spike sat in front of them, no Omen ult to worry about. 2E's is watching for it. He knows there is a slim chance this play has been made.
I believe the turret might spot them as well as they come around this corner. It does. 2 years is ready. Does he expect a second? He hears it. Leo jiggle at the movement. Once more left.
He needs the ace.
So much to do. Spammable. Less in that position. Shot not found. Oh my goodness! And it's down to this. Time pressure is there. Nightfall. No more sound cues. Top of the plant. Leo, he's struggling and he just can't collect it. Aspas steps up. And he finishes it.
I cannot believe that. I thought he'd done it. I thought Leo had that. So much damage done to Aspas. In some sense, the duelist for Loud is lucky to get away with it. This 2K to start things out. And then all of that damage done while Aspas was up a drop. Literally 1 HP.
Oh my.
A single bullet.
It would have done it.
But Aspas stands strong and delivers when his team needs him. That's what I mean by being the difference maker, by making a statement.
Oh.
Being an example.
Oh no. Is it Loud who want to take the fight? It is indeed. Rocket went flying. Sadak will pay for it though. 1 for 1 at that. Aspas still.
Sloppy from Fnatic. Ulting Leo as Aspas finds a pick on the north side too. Loud definitely feel like they're applying enough pressure so that Fnatic, the cracks are starting to show.
Struggling.
This is now
waiting this one, Josh.
Two rounds in a row here where Fnatic themselves have been making the errors to allow Loud an early advantage.
Positioning known. Still, sight not getting cleared here. Third down and out. Post has worked himself into a very advanced position. Smoke found. Tries to take the fight. He doesn't wait it out. Punished nevertheless for it. Still.
Rough timing.
Advanced crossfire. Leo making sure nobody can find him from behind, but it's Loud who are converging onto this position. 4 players, and look at it. It's meticulous. No gap left on sand. Still resend away. And just like that, shoes on the other foot. Kawazine, you can't even handle it. How do Fnatic do it? How do they pull themselves from the brink?
Leo and Chronicle continue to put the super into super team. Fnatic look insane with these two firing on all cylinders. Any round is winnable. The plant out in the open is awesome there. Just perfect territory for them to set up crossfires. The look on Sadak's face says it all.
Yep.
Mini's not needed in some of these rounds. Pure brilliance.
Been singing the praises of these Fnatic players over and over again. Loud can't catch a break. Molly at the feet, anchoring hard onto the site. Despite the pistols, looks like they're able to get that kill. Rifle drop down, knives, Aspas, quick reactions. Meets his foe, the opposition that is Boaster. Lockdown's being used here. This has to be pushed. Loud know it. They move forwards, looking to try and fight this one. Right round the side! And it gives it the perfect angle. Chronicle. How does he remain calm in these situations? 2 years. Weak. Gets out of his life. Spike reclaimed though. 50 seconds still left to work with in the round. Do they want to slow it down or do they want to take it? Looks like the plant will start to go. They're weak though. And that spacing is not good.
Alpier trying to play directly on top of the body. And Kawazine looks to shut it down again.
My. 4 in the round, a Thrifty as well.
It's all of the new players to the grand final, isn't it, Brent? They all are desperate to write their own story and add a new page to the history of both of these teams.
Loud are going to be pleased. Momentum was shifting in this map. The scales tipping in the favor of Fnatic, but they respond. Now just 2 away from that even scoreline. Fast again. That's the play. Spammers also catching. Alfie is so low inside the smoke. Boombo going to be spotting this one. It's a battle on multiple fronts still. Oh, the timing! And Aspas doesn't let it rip there, but a Rolling Thunder will catch him stunned up. There's no way he gets away with it, and indeed he does not. But look at this, Fnatic. Fast to try and bail him out. They don't expect the backstabber 2 years. Flash in the face of Leo. Reaction's not there to dodge it.
Boaster's made it winnable with that kill. He knows where the last two players are. Spike down, obviously, but a minute to play with. He can threaten misdirection in a lot of different ways.
Does he still want to take this? It's a 1v2. Spike dropped down. It should be favored for Loud. Kawazine and Tuyas, the two newcomers, against the man who's had his eyes set on that long-term goal. Open yourself up. And Kawazine, there's no reswing. There's no readjustments, but a misstep. Kawazine, always the closer.
Great recovery in this map, isn't it, from Loud? 3 of the last 4 rounds going their way has brought things almost level. Definitely some shakiness in Fnatic's play. They're kind of patching it up with the individual brilliance coming out from Chronicle and Leo, but overall, I think this timeout is absolutely needed because Loud are looking like the more diligent team. And I was saying that I was looking towards Aspas and Sadak to really step up in this double duelist role and show the rest of the squad how it's done. But Kawazine, he hasn't been to a grand finals before, but he's got that LAN experience from his time on NIP. 17-year-old player, showed incredible promise when he played at previous global tournaments. And just think about this. This 17-year-old guy was asked to fill the gap left by Sassy, the most veteran presence in Brazilian Valorant.
Yeah, the right-hand man of Sadak.
And I think Kawazine's brought his own spin to the role. He hasn't just filled the shoes directly. He's been playing Sky and Breach, fragging and supporting, I think, in equal measures. And you're seeing it demonstrated here on Fracture. He's helped them out in so many moments. I think you're right. He's still got that same flair where it feels like he can be that safe pair of hands, but he's willing to get active in a lot of spots.
Sometimes you need that, somebody to fight dirty. Throw a bit of a curveball at them, why not? Take a swing in a fight. Loud steadily regaining their footing.
And Loud have been fighting aggressively for an area of the map at least. Pushing Dish, pushing Tree, making things easier for them on defense. Fnatic haven't been great at stopping that so far, but they've thrived in the chaos.
The goal for them now to try and play into this. Prowler. Oh my goodness, a bit of a misstep there. There was an open opportunity. Aspas could have really put a stopper to that one still. Satchel up to the high ground now. How does he manage that? Rattle off the shot. Buddy up in his hands. This is a call to be made. Look at this from Fnatic. 3 of them grouped up in this spawn. 4 of them actually. I correct myself, leading for that late lurker of Alpha yet. They've completely flipped the map.
Does Tuis have any idea about this? He's got to get the call, and he's forced to take a risky approach and clear out Tree.
It's an injection of chaos. Fnatic looking to see if they can really start to drive a wedge between the rest of them. Still, they contain. Kawazine, so disciplined. 1 kill, backs away, doesn't give away anything else.
Very diligent cloudburst there, actually, for Aspas as he repositions to get rid of Alpha, yeah. Can Durka make magic? It doesn't look like he's aware.
Doubled up, rifle spotted. And Louder in control. What can Boaster do? 4 players meeting them. It would have to be a monumental play. Blinded up though, spam at the box, right to his back. And the man's gonna file it underneath him. Deep breaths.
In that round, it felt chaotic because of the decisions that Boaster had gone for and pathing Fnatic through spawn. But actually, the responses from Loud were really good. Tuis adjusted to it perfectly. The rest of the Loud players coming through had a nice backstab play. And even Sadak was ready to get the punish onto Durka. They dealt with that chaotic round very nicely. They have come back into Fracture, looking super strong here on their defense side, making nice adjustments after the DRX game.
Quite sublime. 5-5, 2 more rounds, 2 more opportunities to gain that narrow lead. Boombot in the corner, Poster dodging, weaving, seeing if he can avoid it, but he did end up having to break it.
Durka has his ult online. It's Durka and Chronicle over at Dish with 2 ults to work with.
And how will this fight get taken?
I mean, I think Loud just have to give the site here, right? You can play back in. I don't really think you want to be using 2Easy's ult to deny the plant.
Whoa,
that's a long-range one.
Sailed across the map. No kills found, those. Durka was dropped down quite low. Plant now. Orbital strike and the stun. Chronicle. Goodness gracious me, man. B hopping away. Survives for now. Now the Rolling Thunder, and it's a collapse. Fnatic want to fight. They don't want to make this easy. Taking back their space. Nightfall online, and Plant will go down. Not too many problems. Molly missing. So many angles to watch for. So many angles to watch for. Yet it's Aspas. Consistent. And where is the layers? Where is the play? 2Years holds it down. Defending the lockdown. To his dying breath, but he will not fall. Left up to Leo, and he just cannot maintain.
Loud looks so in control at this point, baiting Fnatic into the A setup. And I thought that they were going to use those ults to go for some elaborate retake, but they just squeezed. They applied constant slow pressure until these Fnatic players were forced to take unfavorable fights one at a time. Look at the reaction there from Fraud. His team's got life in it, and this is why you can never count a team out. Even after they lose on their map pick, it's a BO5. There are so many moments for teams to go back and forth. A final like this is often such an emotional roller coaster. And Aspas holds his nerve this time.
That is pure disrespect. Just fully confident. Waits to see if somebody would peek behind it. Fnatic spam. Oh, they know. And that probably gets used. Leo brought down to a sliver of health. Double satchel though. Durka clearing out the site, but look at where this util is. Panic. Ever so slightly. Nanoswarm popped off, but it's a closer plan, so Poster won't be pushed back. But guess what? Pace injected. This is Loud looking to try and take the fight.
Is Leo fast? Leo?
Close to the corner, Leo! Real difference maker! He can't get the third, but maybe he's done enough.
Certainly made it very difficult for 2Easy and Aspas. I'm not sure they know about Alpia's position, and even if they do, how do you break this crossfire? The plant position's so good.
Util cleared, Orbital Strike wasn't even waiting for the tap. More time being purchased. 3v2, Aspas in 2 years, you got to make the most of this one. It's the last round and a half, a tap of it, forcing the fights, but look at the discipline, look at the patience. Fnatic not giving them anything, not a thing in the world. And they've got that extra element. Alpha Year in the back pocket, that's 6-6.
And it certainly feels like both teams are fighting tooth and nail here for Fracture. Really diligent post-plant play, but Loud have also shown us some excellent stuff over this half so far. The double duelist comp has just got to find value on attack.
Maybe they've done enough, but before we head into that second half, let's send it down to Doug, who's down on the floor.
Thank you so much, Brent. I'm sure you can hear it. I'm sure you can feel it. This crowd is electric. I'm standing by with Sugetsu. I gotta ask you about this double duelist comp from Loud on Fracture. Do you like it? Do you not like it? What are your thoughts on it in general?
I mean, this combination of agents, it's very good for attack side. Like, I can't imagine what they will do on defense. Like, I have no thoughts about this, but on attack, it's strong.
Should be pretty good.
It's not good. It's not good at all. I think they will like counting. Like they will like 8-4 maximum. And on defense they pull to something with pushes probably. Like T side push, city side map. Everything. I mean city spawn push. You know. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Weird.
And it's been a very good match. Again, it's a 6-6 half. I want to ask you about Fnatic in particular, because you think about their history, and they always get to big moments and then they fall apart. But it feels like this team is different. It seems like they have more confidence. It seems like they're far more level-headed. Having played against them, what makes them so good?
I mean, we were always losing to their new roster. Like, they were creating new roster, we're losing to them. After we're like taking revenge, we can say. So for me, this roster is like kind of the same as they had like 2 times. So even if they will, basically we need to see when they will lose at least one map, how they will go, like in Fuser.
Yeah, last question, it's got to be quick. Who do you have winning this match?
Fnatic.
Fnatic,
Yeah.
You heard it. He's full on Fnatic, EMEA all the way.
EMEA,
let's throw it back down to the casters. Bren, Sideshow, she's all yours.
Well, confidence from Sagetsu in his EMEA brothers.
And why wouldn't he be confident? Fnatic's defense side obliterated Na'Vi, and I did not see that one coming. They had so many set plays. But this whole map is going to play quite differently in this match, because Aspas and Sadak are playing the double duelist, looking to get up aggressive in people's faces.
And we look towards Sadak to be that guy playing the Raze. He's got to have some of that impact. Currently sitting at 2 and 11. And the IGL Sailors team to a win here. Now to find out. Second half beginning here. Lovely bit of pressure. Fault line. Loud forced to give up that space that they gained. Bit of a jiggle. Oh my goodness, Boaster. Lucky man to get away with that. 13 health, still alive in the fight, but a dash forwards. Now the plant will start to go down. No clearance in tower. Not a worry in the world. Denied a plant.
Great nade.
Beautiful nade. Just bounds right into the arc. And now you see it. Fast re-clearance. B main wants to be taken. Fnatic, they're not wasting any time, but a call is made. Aspas. Sky. Running, skipping, hopping all the way through Canteen. Stun. Re-swing. Not expecting it. And Boaster. Oh my goodness, damage being done. He was really being pushed to his limits. Aspas. How does he want to fight that one with his teammate up in tower, sticking all the way? You gotta contest this, and they don't. Fnatic, once more, the arena sounding more like a library. They have stunned and deafened.
Such a good pistol round from Fnatic there. Being able to control that, but I think the crucial one is just that Boaster doesn't get cleared. The push deep into spawn should have gotten rid of Boaster, leaving Aspas healthy and Sadak alive. I think it's a great call from the IGL, but Boaster gets away with murder.
Doesn't get cleaned out on 13 health.
And that puts
that's just a difference maker.
That puts crazy pressure on Loud's shoulders here. Whoops. Bit of a miss there from Leo, and jeers fly out from the crowd, but massive economical disadvantage here for Loud. And I think some time for Sadak to think upon the game plan and what he can do to be able to bring this map back under Loud control after a pretty good first half. For Sadak, I keep thinking back to the quote that he had in an interview after the NRG game. That game that went to OT and pushed Sadak to his limits. He said that he almost broke down and started crying, trying to think of a solution to what was going on there. The pressure is just so immense for these IGLs to come up with the answer. And especially when you're on such a heavy fragging roll and you're supposed to be delivering big kills and space for the rest of your team too.
So much that lies on his shoulders. The mantle of responsibility. For now, it's Loud looking to claim anything they can. They'll be happy with a couple of kills going into this one, but steadily making their way forwards. Ground gained, but they want that spike down. They want to get into that post plant. Difficult to try and re-clear this. Stray shot to the body. Leo. Lovely trade. Still, less is there. Watching his teammates back, and time running low.
Shouldn't be able to get this plant down. A couple of players ready to push him. And he walks into Boaster, who's holding a very safe angle. 8th round on the board for Fnatic here. And these are the kind of moments where Fnatic were cooking stuff up. Pivotal economic swing rounds like this, they went aggressive. With often ultimates, although there's none on the board available for them now, but often going for some kind of, you know, Durka showstopper push into or through Arcade, doing a collapse on the south side that destroyed Na'Vi. All of this defensive aggression, and if you look at the minimap, Fnatic are planning it here at Tree. A massive clash on our hands.
Clash of wills, a clash of that util. Push forwards, Durka. Oh my goodness, this guy is unrelenting. Haunt at the top in the tree. Does reveal the players, 3 of them there, now Alfia close, spamming it down. I was hoping for the second, but they don't quite walk into it.
Durka's so fast behind them though. Fnatic unrelenting on the flank.
And look at this, you have to try and play this poster. Will he stay alive? And he's being corralled, contained in the spawn, but post-plant setup looks quite ideal. 2 players deep onto the site for Loud. What can they do? And this smoke is difficult. Bit of spam just in case. Taking every precaution.
It's a lovely reposition. This fight, Aspas,
no way! What was Aspas looking at?
He had the timing, he had everything.
He misses the easy kill, and it's Fnatic cleaning it up. They're eating it up.
But the Killjoy lockdown, this is what I was talking about. The reposition from Les is gorgeous. Up into Dish.
One detained. Flash misses. Off to the side, time running low now. Oh my God! Rifle's not doing too much, but it is time. That is the biggest enemy. Nana Swarm dropped, and all Les has got to do is survive. He knows he's claimed the round.
Fnatic look like that could have been a round 1 for them. But it's the crucial reposition that Les goes for, recognizing that if all of these players are flanking from the south side of the map, Dish is going to be open. A bold move, a good ultimate. Online in round 15 as well, very early to get the lockdown online. And it makes all the difference there. Puts pressure on the Loud economy though. Bulldog and a Guardian brought up into this. North side crunch perhaps?
Looks like it. Usul waiting for some sort of contact, maybe off the boom bot, but holding it. There's the stun. 2 years. Unfortunate position he's been forced into, but a smoke at his back. A bit more peace of mind knowing that really Fnatic would have a tough time trying to get through it.
But all of that fighting forces Loud into a passive spot and gives the ult orb to Durka. And now he has his ultimate to deny a plant or go for a retake. As everybody on Loud, apart from Les, coalesces in Arcade.
Grouping up. Updraft dash, Aspas missing it. Aftershock making sure nobody can swing, yet it is equal trades. An even fight. And Leo, all the more powerful for it. Players weak enough. Oh my God, this guy's looking snappy. And Tuyas knows what one of the players is, but that was that 1v2. Can't keep putting these young guns in these positions. Pressure is mounting. Can he come up with it? Not going to be handed an easy one. So much to clear. And Leo,
he's
everywhere.
everywhere.
Say it again. Man's everywhere. Safe hands. Again, pulling them forward. A 2-round lead.
You just can't give him those opportunities. He's at 21 kills already.
This is absurd.
In 16 rounds. And it's not like Loud played that perfectly. Leo was offered opportunity after opportunity to take 1v1s, and he wins them. But Loud got snarled up there. Really big communication problem. Maybe the pressure or the nerves getting to them. The weight of being 1 map down and losing control of Fracture, perhaps. But the timings were all off, and now they're just going to group and hope that Aspas can fly them through.
4 or 5 of them, Util sailing right over the edge, and a fight to be taken still. Fnatic unable to give up any ground, unwilling to give up any ground, but it's afforded them the ult. Rolling Thunder clears and cleaves, but still there's layers to it. The Molotov at their feet, Kawazine burned to a crisp and a risky play indeed. Watched for though. Attracting the ire of Alfia, never really a comfortable position. And they know exactly where they are. This is Fnatic with such a commanding lead. Now momentum behind them, looking to try and seal it and claim that second map here in our grand finals.
You just saw it there, Loud are going to take a timeout after this one. Another attempt at a thrifty. So their economy's still in an all right position, but they just can't get value from the duelist players. Against so much of the rest of the field, against everybody other than Fnatic, it feels like you're getting huge moments coming out from Aspas and very solid fragging coming from Sadak. Bala's right. Sadak hasn't been a star, a superstar player on the Rays, but he's, against most teams, been very solid and putting up decent performances. Here, he's getting himself in good spots. His brain's working, but 3 and 16, not able to find the duels. Against the individual talent of Fnatic, at the moment he can't hold a candle, and Aspas isn't quite dragging them through these rounds with his brilliance either. Loud are in a really difficult spot.
being outclassed when it comes to those individuals.
And what a statement that is. It might sound superficial, but Loud itself is a Brazilian super team. Maybe that would apply more to the former roster, but even so, Cowanzine, hot prospect, Tui's star duelist player. Adding these guys all together with the Argentinian IGLing of Sadak, some of the best the Americas has to offer, the best in terms of lock-in. For them to be losing on an individual level is absurd.
Speaks volumes. The expectations
oh my God.
here, and that's what you got to be careful of.
Wow, that's so close. So close. God. It's the same kind of stun ult play that we saw take out one of the Na'Vi players previously.
So good for it. No kill claim, though. Sadak lucky, honestly, as well. Still has a bit of armor intact. Chronicle, this angle is so goddamn cheeky.
And they trade one ult for another. The Brim ult being used for Chronicle to get an orb, and they maintain control of halls here for 40 seconds just based off their ultimate gameplay.
And Loud feel like they're just struggling for answers. They use an ult in kind, look to try and take some space towards a horde, but they're shut down before they can even grab their footing. It's a noise fake. You can see them. They were charging their way over towards B, and the goal of this is to try and drag those rotations from Fnatic.
And it has opened a gap. Chronicles looking back towards the north side of the map, dropping down into a very safe anchor position with Alpha yet. Unless they get caught in transition here, just jiggle peeking, they're still going to be able to put up some resistance.
Alvia spotted him. Watching for it. Flash through, forcing out the cloud burst, blocking the line of sight angles. The players flooding in, but a Nana Swarm, it blocks them. They can't follow up, and they're left stumbling, grumbling, faltering right before they can even get through the choke.
What a shutdown that was. Fnatic are so quick to call for help and so diligent with their multiple setups. Look at how immediately this response was. Leo throwing a haunt down, Boaster there ready to kill Aspas and cover that angle so that everybody else on Fnatic can just face the choke point. They are destroying Loud. Toying with them almost in some of these rounds.
It's a word we use frequently, actually, over the course of this tournament when describing Fnatic, is that dismantling. Making some of the best teams at this event just look like they don't even stand a chance at times. This is Loud. Listen, they didn't have an easy path to get here to the grand finals. Theirs was full of issues. But there has been that raw individuality that sometimes sails them to calmer waters. Can they do it again in this round? The buy's weaker. Aspas was good to claim the first opening, but it was that instant response again. Left into a 4v4. Tap at a spike. Hoping they can force out the util. There's the C's and the nade.
And this looks like a cancel from Sadak. Getting fed information by less. But he's got to know that Althea is still around here. He can hear the turret. And the alarm bot's still up. It's a great shot, but just too far away. Althea survives on 5 HP. And that
brutal.
could be pivotal.
Absolutely brutal. Backs away, survives. Bit of spam. Les has worked himself into the angle, and despite being so low, making plays. Skipping a hop through. Fnatic are so quick to plug up any sort of gaps in the defensive protocols.
The help comes instantly, and Aspas on a bit of a lurk play, left to pick up the pieces with 20 seconds left.
Has to be the most. No time to waste. Spike out in the open. Spam angle, 7 bullets. And he just doesn't anticipate it. Clearance is there, but as soon as the shot's fired, Durka, confidence in bounds. And this is Fnatic once more crawling their way to that map point.
Steamrolling their way to that map point. There has been no chance for Loud in this half. Defense side, they put up some resistance. On attack, Fnatic's ability to control the map has just proved far too much for them. The ultimate cycling, again, always in favor of Fnatic. And a reminder, Fnatic obviously have still yet to drop a map at lock-in. And I don't think it's happening here.
It would have to be 5 rounds from Loud. try and get a semblance of OT, and they just can't quite come up with the answers, because how can you against this, man?
Look how many different defensive setups there are, how many trap plays and layers. This team has only had a few months together.
They look so well put together. The firepower, the strategy, made manifest here on the brink of winning. Second map in the grand finals. Nightfall only tags onto the one, pushes them back, but it just feels like Loud are hoping for anything. An unforced error, someone just gets into their sight line. Aspas is the man to watch for. Pressure applied though onto multiple areas. Door opened up, they're going to be able to hear this one. So Fnatic still uncertain as to where this is trying to land. Spike finally being picked up though, and Les has got himself into a forward position. Could be a real thorn in the side, but he's cleaned up nevertheless. Spike has to go down here. Lockdown in play. Fnatic might be looking to try and close up this map. The right pretty both. Oh my goodness.
It's a good nade though to take out the lockdown.
3 players left standing. Loud trying to hold on. Any sort of grip they can get onto this series. Aspas is good. He equalizes it in a 3-on-3 fight. Flash dodged. The Fnatic are scaling, taking that space onto the site now. How does this get taken? Stun across. Chronicle! 2 found. Aftershock pushes them away, but it's all too little and all too late. Out for year with all the time in the world, and that is just brutal. Second map claimed here in this grand finals.
A warpath being carved out. Scorched earth here as Fnatic bully their way through. No resistance from Loud in that half, none whatsoever. 2-0 up in the series and 1 map away from Chronicle lifting his 2nd trophy, and the rest of Fnatic finally getting that sweet title that they've been going for years at this point.
The job's not finished. It's a best of 5. The tide of battle could change at a given moment. Loud still in this one, but they've got to claw their way back from an unbelievable deficit.
And once again, Leo, the best player in the server. He's got to be on for tournament MVP at this point. Mini's reaction to some of these plays from Leo from Chronicle are all absurd. Loud have to step up to start to match this.
Fnatic, firepower in spades, strategy book seems to be bigger than the Bible. That's going to do it for map number 2. We'll see on the other side of this break just how far this series will really go.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
knew that this was coming. Tried to fight it, but you denied it. You knew that this was coming. Tried to fight it, but you denied it. How was it? Tried to fight it, but you denied it. How was it? I could have been the answer. You knew that this was coming. Tried to fight it, but you denied it. How was it? You knew that this was coming.
Welcome back to the Valorant Lock-In Tournament, where Fnatic is playing the Librarian as they reduce Loud to a whisper here in Sao Paulo and putting us on series point.
I just love how the crowd erupted.
I know, it was poorly timed.
As you did that.
Thanks, guys.
This is still, though, a very dangerous spot for Loud. They are now in a position where they themselves have to reverse sweep. They were the team to shut down DRX, stop them from being able to be the first team in the the big VCT circuit here to be able to do that. I don't know if Loud's going to be able to do it, though. They need to be able to run it back, and it has to start on split.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, especially after this map number 2. Fnatic came in, and on their attacking side, they've played a similar game plan to what we've seen in the past. Put an emphasis on getting those orbs, have great preset executes around your ultimates, and I felt like Loud was going to have some preparation for that. I thought they were going to be ready, and it looked like they were. It looked like they had ideas on their defense to shut that one down, but Fnatic still had such great plans and such good decision-making on the fly that they were still winning out these rounds.
Yeah, they have it all. They have the ult coordination, they have the decision-making on the fly, and I think a big part of that goes to Boaster. This guy is on the verge of getting his first trophy, which he's been trying for so long. You saw the lockdown, you saw Loud stay out of the lockdown range and retake this tower position fast, but Boaster gets the plant down, ults them out of tower, so they have time to hold on, and he gets a 2K for it. That is really just prime Boaster, and he's in his element.
Yeah, that's the exact situation, right? Because Loud knew what was going to happen. They were ready for it, but still, Fnatic win that one out.
Yeah, I think not only is this the best iteration of Fnatic that we've seen so far, I think it's the best iteration of Boaster. The way that he's having impact right now in these games is just utterly phenomenal.
Well, speaking of it being the best iteration of Fnatic that we've seen, it was round 7 that will be our Verizon high-speed moment for the day. Leo and Chronicle linking up Bala together to prove their worth and then some as a duo.
This was a 2v4. This was the moment where I'm like, again, this is such a big super team. But for me, Leo is the initiator prince that was promised, but now he has the patronage of the once and former king of Chronicle. It is so good to see these two play. The duel and the way that they actually approach situations like this and their ult coordination, their utility coordination, you just see it over and over and over. It's so amazing.
It was the second layer that Fnatic has needed for so long. And I mean, you can see Loud cannot believe some of these rounds that they were pulling off. It was miracles for the side of Fnatic, but that's what shut Loud down. That second half, Loud only won a single round. The way that they cycled between different calls for Fnatic was fantastic, and every individual was performing to such a high level.
I just love that when if we go back to that post-match interview that we had with Chronicle, he just said, like, I'm not bad, guys. I'm still good at the game. He is
I agree.
absolutely proving that right now, definitively, that he still has what it takes.
Fnatic sitting pretty at 2-0, so let's talk about what needs to change here for Loud if they want to get back into this series, Mimi. We asked in that map for Cowanzine to step up. He did top the leaderboards for the squad, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game out of Cowanzine, but what struggled, I think, was this double duelist composition, putting Sadak on the Raze, putting the Jet in the mix as well here. I think that, well, it has been a good idea. It's worked for them in the past. They were really getting shut down on this one. The defensive side of Fnatic knew when to play back, give that space, and pinch back in, and they were also doing a great job of when they did take those early fights, shutting down Sadak in particular. And this worries me, because we go into Split next, where Loud has to perform a reverse sweep, and this is another map where they play this double duelist composition.
Yeah, it was my concern coming into this map, and I don't think the concern got super alleviated, but it definitely wasn't the lowest point for Sadak at all. And I think the lowest point for me when I watched this was on Split. So that's where the concern continues. It was on Split against NRG that was like, oh, he's really not comfortable here. He's really not comfortable calling. And, I mean, they went to map 3 off of that one. It was really difficult for them to actually even do anything. So, yeah, it comes down to that. And if there was any comp to change, I think it'd be this one.
And guess where we happen to be going on map number 3? It's going to be Split Achilles. It's got to start here for Loud.
It really does, and I'm right there with Bala. The raise right now from him is not inspiring that much confidence, but I do at least favor the Raze Jet on Split as a double duelist compared to on Fracture, but it's still going to be rough around the edges here unless Sadak can level up his performance. He cannot be hovering down around the bottom of the board.
This map is going to be wild too, because Fnatic also play a double duelist composition here, and that's going to be the first time I think we're really seeing these two comps really match up against each other in that mirror here at Lock-In. But what's difficult is for Loud, it is going to require that reverse sweep. We've talked a lot. It is a very, very hard thing to do. And for Fnatic, I'm sure they are feeling so invigorated, one step away for the first trophy for this core.
We eagerly await Prime Gaming Agent Select to get some answers to the questions that we have when it comes to what compositions each team will bring out. Will it be the double duelist? Loud, it's important to remember, is starting out on the attacking side. A lot of times people cite double duelist most effective from that attacking half, but it means they need to have a hot start if they go for it.
Yo, it absolutely is, and I also think there's threats for Alphayer here as the Cypher. He could really get a lot of lurks off on Loud, not only on defense, but also mostly on attack, especially as you get those double cages going. So that's definitely a threat for Loud.
There we have it. We're matching the double duelists across both teams.
Yeah, right now, for the side of Loud, if they want to get themselves back into this game, they need to start off hot. They need to clock Fnatic in the mouth, catch them off guard, and get that momentum building, because they need to swing this around, not just in this map, but in this entire series.
It's all or nothing at this point for Loud as we turn our attention towards map 3 Split, which means it's time, once again, to send it back to Brandon Sideshow for the cast.
Map number 3 now entering the turning point of the series. Joy and horror is going to be across both stages. A swirl of emotions for both of these teams, Josh, as they edge ever closer to the potential goals.
And you see the trophy between both of these teams, both metaphorically and literally within touching distance here of Fnatic. And what a long road back from Loud if they want a chance of being able to lift this and become that back-to-back title winner. I'm right there with the desk. I'm looking towards Sadak. I think the comparison between the two IGLs is so apt. Boaster, everything's working, so he can focus on his own game. Sadak, 0-6 in first kill to first death on Fracture. He just simply has to do better.
Has to do the most for them, Durka! Just an absolute menace to society with a shot like that. Scattering the hopes and dreams of an easy execute there into A heaven. Still wants to take the angle, still wants to take the fight. Damage being done, rattled across. The bullets fly. And it's Fnatic once more laying claim to a couple more bodies.
And look how happy Fnatic are to rotate 4 people onto A defense.
Holding for it. 2 years, less. Crossfire watched 4, turning it into that 3-on-3.
The Viper Wall doing so much there, allowing Loud to stack up multiple players and breaking Fnatic's crosshair placement. Now the pressure really does get applied to Fnatic.
It's a soundbait though. They looked like they were trying to fake towards that presence in mid.
I like this push from Alpha, yeah. I think repositioning here catches them if they rotate back to B and lets him help A.
Still, almost getting your head taken off there. Boaster has to back away. Leo returns the fire. Does not get out unscathed. Spike has entered the side. It's up to them. Cowanzine with the plant.
Dweez has a start, but he's got to fend off Alphayer.
And this is it. It's all about the timing, which Alphayer, he knows exactly. It's handed to him on a plate. that 1v2. Fnatic, the potential is there for them, and the crossfire just immaculate. This team is sailing their way. Obviously, they've had some rough waters to navigate over the course of their entire history, but taking this pistol round one step closer to the hopes and dreams.
4 out of 5 pistol rounds going the way of Fnatic, playing these situations so well. Incredible stuff. And as we get closer throughout this map, I mean, that is what's going to be running through Boaster and Durka's head for sure. They haven't had to do the most in this series so far. Leo and Chronicle really stepping up for them, the new additions, but the history is just going to come to life as they take these steps closer and closer to lifting their first trophy together. Sage wall planted in mid here. Really good on the anti-eco. Going to take a lot for Loud to be able to break that, but they do very quickly. And that speaks of a heavy commitment towards the middle of the map for the wall to be broken so early.
Just one portion of it. Smoke to plug up the gaps. Close angles. That B main control still being held for now, but look at this, Durka. He's not shy. Willing to take that fight, but he's being met face to face there. Classic right click doing a lot of damage. Claiming that kill, but it's responded with. And the cam. So many of these setups by Fnatic. Well thought out.
Yeah, really good. Alfia's got many of these where the cam gives information in B heaven at the same time as B main.
Dash away, nade against the wall, rebound, slow as well.
Gonna be a pivot here into Boaster, but he's full health with a Bulldog. Oh, and maybe even a cancel.
Okay.
Loud don't have too many chances of winning this round. Fnatic are surrounding them on all fronts.
Nothing left open. It's gonna take a miracle and more. Lovely crossfires by Fnatic. Noise being made with that jump down. 20 seconds left, and these trips have not been dealt with. Alfia doesn't even wait for the timing, doesn't even wait for it before he strikes. 3 in a round, a triple claimed. It's Fnatic. Lights out performance.
And Alfia is going to be very crucial on this half of the map. Fnatic got to choose the defense side, and the trips are going to be useful. I mean, often going to be broken, though, by Sadak with his blast packs or updraft dashed over. But that little mind game of how Alfia decides to anchor the sites, whether it's A or whether it's B, and where he gets information with his cams is going to be crucial here. We've seen before, actually, the way that Loud ended up losing this map was hard anchoring a site and then flooding retakers in. Now they've got rifles in hand, though. Favored here, but only ever so slightly. The buy's still good for Fnatic.
Exchange of fire, straight down mid. No casualties. Damage was done. You're going to see a delayed wall here. Good discipline from Loud to break that. Look at Les. Taking his time with him. They're going to be used in response again. Pushes them out of heaven. And Loud really finding it difficult to get anything done. This cam position. Alfia maneuvering his setup.
Really good pressure in B heaven has pulled Durka away from the A site. It's only Alfia here.
Yep, he's alone, anchoring.
The cam position is still really good. It'll give him enough time to react and pop his cages and play hard anchor backside.
Seems like Fnatic have got a read on this in one way or form. Nade at the back though. Util will it get cleared? Skipping a hop straight over to Trips cages though. This is throwing so much into the mix. But eventually he is dealt with, cleaned up. Still the neural theft was able to get online, and Boaster, he collects a kill because of it. Crosshair placement not ideal for Durka.
And a good kill from Sadak. That's going to get some confidence going. Nice shot hit. Game plan working. Tui's in an awesome backstab position. Everything left to Boaster.
So much to do. One fight taken. And one. Sees the second player, guesses incorrectly. And so Loud answer back.
That's a very good round by Sadak, and I'm not just talking about the flick shot that he hit, but the manipulation of the defender rotations. Fnatic were just starting to get the read that it was heading into A as he decided to pull the trigger and execute into the site. He gets the spray down on onto Alfia, So they trade 2 duelists for the 1 site anchor. I think that's, or rather 1 duelist for the 1 site anchor. I think that is exactly how Loud would like to play things. And they seal it up. I'm looking towards Durka here, over towards A-Ramp. He's not going to find many opportunities to get aggressive, but depending on how bold he is, he could just try to ego this Viper setup. Kawanzin in the previous matches was always using his Trailblazer here, and now they're just contacting.
Here we go! No cue given. Durka left so unaware, but there's a paranoia and a nade. And Sadek's left reeling from that one. Still, it's Aspas carving his way forwards, cleaving into the top site. At least the top of A, a path has been found.
Very nicely done. Plant for heaven too. Barring any heroics here from Leo, the round should be sealed up. I mean, 2Es is also just the final line of security if they even need it. I don't think there's any chance Leo's going to see this one coming.
They're going to hunt for these guns.
Definitely. And it's going to apply serious stress to Fnatic's economy. Loud have looked good on their attack side playing this comp. The only team to punish them for it was DRX. Playing that flood retake style with a very heavy single site anchor. But if you think about how this round worked, all of the anticipation of the crowd just dissipating in a moment.
Exiting but returns.
Both of these comps are really quite similar. You've got the double duelist, but it's almost like the 2021 version played by Fnatic versus the 2023 version played by Loud, where you combine it with the double controller and the Sky Flash. And it's quite singular in its purpose. It's going to burst into sights, overwhelm you with utility and aggression. On both sides, honestly. Whereas Fnatic's is a little more able to play the slow game, despite having 2 duelists. Maybe a little more labored on the burst plays once we swap sides. Loud grouping up in B main here. They've got Seekers, Vipers pit for post. Alphayer is not here to anchor. Everything on Boaster with only a stinger in hand.
Yeah. Paranoia, push back, and a nade, and the slow orb. It's bought him time. Critically, moves forward, a closer angle to be found.
Sage Wall hasn't been broken in mid, so none of these B players are worried about a B heaven backstab. Kawanzin reflashes, spots the wall. Got to break this, but they could always still go for a B re-hit. They're actually leaving that area, though. So it is possible that Alphayer is going to once more be tested.
That's the complete opposite.
The Seekers are going to be so useful here. Aspas and Sadak can follow them into sight and just essentially spam them as Alphayer plays inside his cage.
And here we go. Seekers offloaded. Durka stays alive, but he's bloodied, he's bruised, and he's got the most to do. What? Shuts down Sadak under so much scrutiny. Re-swing! The confidence. Oh, it's boundless. It's all the way there, and it's crumbling beneath them. Loud. They just can't quite do it. Magnificent by Fnatic. An instant response, weaving in and out, playing off of each other.
And Durka gets away with murder there as well. After taking, I think it was 140, a Phantom Dink to begin the round, he's down to 1 health, 1 HP.
There's no shot.
It must have been a 124 at that distance with only light armor online. He's still able to pick up 2 kills. I feel for Sadak, he's having a really rough finals already. And to spray and pray like that, and your praise be denied, the deities of Valorant spitting in your face, it's got to feel dreadful.
Scriptwriters have got something else in mind, it seems. Today, Fnatic laying claim, laying waste to the opposition. And still holding it down. That first kill onto Les is going to sting. Durka overstays his welcome.
Punished this time, and that's so important. That's the second time that Durka's been taken out going for something aggressive, but he can't be allowed, from Loud's point of view, to abuse this Viper setup. You need to have that conditioning that there could be people behind the Viper stuff.
A fight to be taken. Shots rattled.
Honestly, if I see Leo on a site at this point, I am running the other direction.
You're leaving. Nice enough time though. Slow was there. Now you see it. What is the play being made? Rocket the showstopper.
0 damage.
Gains nothing, and Leo just couldn't quite dodge the flash. Still, the execute continues. Loud looking to try and pincer this one. Boaster, he's under assault from so many different angles. The counter spam, the punish. It's there.
Strong round from Loud. Alfiev can go for some kind of exits, or just keep the weapon online for Durka into the next, but either way, Loud are starting to find some success. This composition is quite attackers-sided, I would say, but Fnatic themselves, you know, similar scenes, arguably.
Still could be anyone's map.
It absolutely could, but it has to be Loud's for the series to continue, for them to have any chance at winning that back-to-back title. Alfie just looking to save the gun here.
Start to feel the heat here. Couple of seconds left for him to try and survive. Do not swing out, son.
You think about how Durka's been playing this tournament so far. These kind of plays have always worked. But the frustration on Mini's face tells me that there might be a stern talking to coming. Fnatic have taken a timeout, and both Mini and Boaster will be cautioning Durka not to overheat. You cannot allow the moment to get to you, the crowd to weigh on you, and a feeling of immortality to hit. But at the same time, a fine balance must be found. You can't allow that Viper utility to always go uncontested. But picking and choosing your moments more carefully may be the secret there for Durka. Because that's the second time in 3 rounds that Loud have won where Durka's offered them an opening.
Loud not the kind of team to go out easy. They want this just as much as Fnatic do. Chronicle hunting for that 2-time trophy. Boaster hunting for his own when he's been so close yet so far in the past.
You saw the historic video, the tears that were shed towards the end from Fnatic. Just another minor character in Sentinel's story at the beginning of Valorant. But now they have firmly made that their own. Looking to do the same as was done to them. On pace right now for an undefeated streak through lock-in. But Loud are there to challenge, and so far it's looking so good. Durka with knives in his hand. Now, Fnatic's defense didn't look like it had as many set plays as their Fracture when we saw it earlier in this tournament. I didn't see them cook up big game plans around Chronicle's ultimates, for example. A little ping there as they look to see, is there a camera? Is there some kind of trap play? But no, not this time. Loud are allowed mid for free.
Durka might be feeling it sometime soon. No, instead the players that were creeping and crawling, possibly through ropes, they instead decide to take their presence towards mid still. Crossing, using that Viper wall.
This is all still really fluid from Loud, right? Sadak at any point here can call a B split and an A split, just based on what he hears and what's delivered to him by the rest of the team. And the key, from our point of view, is less. He's starting to move over to B. This is going to be a commitment.
Chronicle, smoke in his face. Boombot tags onto a target, and whilst all that's happening, the rotations, the attempt, everything's being thrown into chaos. Moving forwards, Leo does not win it out, yet still, look at that! Main can't be contained with time on the clock, bleeding low. Durka with the most to do. Cosmic Device splits across, right click does not hit the Storm. And he has to back with just a shorty.
So close, that could have been everything.
Weaponry's not good. Cloudburst forwards, pre-fire. But less punishes.
Durka's looking to retrieve a rifle here and still go for it. Or maybe he's required to save with the money on Alpha Air and Boaster being so low. Loud are being given a lot of the map here, and Durka finally calls it off.
Feels like, Josh, it's been a long time in this series since we've seen Loud with an ever so slight lead where momentum's been on their side, but making steady strides.
I would argue the 6-6 half on Fracture on their defense, it looked promising. I could see really bright spots.
Yeah.
They just weren't able to do anything on the other half of the map. And that, I've got to admit, does worry me a little bit here. We've already seen Loud's attack side be very good, and especially with how passive Fnatic are playing them, offering them the whole of mid, very safe Sage walls from Leo, even getting Loud into B Heaven. I would expect Loud's attack side to be good here and rack up 6, maybe even 7 rounds. Doesn't mean I'm not concerned about them on the other half.
Boaster attempting. Smoked across, Judge in his hands, potent weapon indeed, yet a fight taken and a fight lost for Chronicle. The call is made here. Waiting it out, but Loud, they don't overstep themselves. Okay, we got a kill, let's slow it down.
This is tough from Boaster. He was worried someone could have gone A-ramp, but now he's in the position to win the round.
Smoke will fade at any moment, you've got to be kidding me! What timing was taken there?
Just off the smoke.
Instinct at its best. And he's handed a cheap one, he's handed an easy one, Durka's there as well, bailing them out. Pressure being applied into the corner of the site, but it's Loud who are struggling to get in. A dodge and a flash, up close and personal, that's where the judge is favoured. And Boaster, he's going for more. Tap at a spike, Kawazine can start to feel it. In this situation again.
Kawanzine's going to get Seekers off the back of this. Doesn't seem like he's going to be offered a great opportunity to use them, but maybe 2Es can be the playmaker.
He's going to have to be.
Does he hear any footsteps? I don't think so, and it's not planted for Heaven.
And he doesn't have any stars to delay. He's dealt with, final player known. And what is the play? TP across, and that's that crossfire setup. Boaster happy to be the sacrificial lamb, especially if it secures him that round.
What a great round from Fnatic there, and from Boaster especially. Preternatural timing on the read with the judge. Exactly as his smoke was about to go down, you saw Kawazine getting ready, I think, to flash through it. And he just spams, grabs a kill, falls off, good for another as they get into sight.
You can tell how much he wants it, Josh.
Yeah, he's playing like a man possessed. A man that can feel and sense his dreams of the last 2 years becoming manifest.
It's been a long journey. But the job is not finished. Oh, crossing through the choke. Fnatic might have got a glimpse of that one. Trailblazer pushes forwards, pushes past. Not sure if it spotted anyone, but look at this. Fnatic eager to contain, eager to take the fight. It's Aspas with the knives though, and look at this. Seekers push forwards, it's a right click. Won't have any more to throw at him. Pound for pound, anchoring at the back. Boaster vulnerable. Ultimate online, TP's back to safety. And Leo, he's watching for it. Sadak, maybe just feeling like he has to create a play in that moment, but he overstays his welcome.
Les will have ult.
And so this is what it comes down to.
Alpha, yeah, though.
On the Heaven position.
Yeah, he's getting ready. Here comes the ultimate.
Neurotheft, everybody spam, that's the game plan. Boaster though. Overshot it a little bit, didn't quite take the correct timing. Left it at 2-on-2. And this is hard. Leo hoping to spam, hoping to kill, but he will not claim it. He will not get it. Shut down.
A major round win. Signs of life here from Loud still. They have not given up hope. And so far, this attacking side has been marvelous. They're finding those moments, both teams with a great game plan, but I love the way that Aspas was already ready to outplay the Neural Theft. He knew it was coming and went for a play right before the first tag came through. Very smart stuff. They look super prepared here on Split. And they put Fnatic into a difficult situation. 3 rifles online. And it is very difficult for Fnatic to control the outskirts of this map. They're pushing forwards in B main, but surely Boaster doesn't get more with the mini judge.
Leo repositions. Smoke. Oh my! Shots going wide. He does fall. A difficult task to try and break through and take the side, but nevertheless, it's done. Taken care of. Watching every avenue. Smokes making sure that Fnatic don't try something tricky of their own. The rifles have to save. And it's Loud who are going for the hunt. They do not want to let anything slip away from them. Any advantage they can get. Hunting, Alfie, dodge peek, crossfire setup is now turning it. Hunter becoming the hunted. Aspas caught with a util in his hands, a bit of a disaster for Loud, hoping to try and do some damage to the economy, but handed a freebie.
An overheat maybe, because all of these kills matter far more to Fnatic than they do to Loud.
Confidence for Sadak.
And not just that, but a bit of damage to keep Fnatic's economy in check as we head into round 11. Final 2 rounds, Fnatic should still be able to buy even if they lose due to the loss bonus. But maybe, you know, without that full utility, maybe a bit of a scrappy buy towards the end. But yeah, that confidence is so key. The game plan is working, and Sadak's finding some moments. He's not lighting the world on fire, but he's doing enough at the moment. Wow. So, Durka and Alfie both making the play this time. Instead of Durka being on his own, they are together.
Alfie is going to bait him! No way! A triple for Durka.
He's just supposed to be the bait there, the tasty worm on the end of the string.
And they don't expect this. Alfie strikes and Alfie claims. 5th round for it. 1 step closer to that even scoreline.
What a response. What a response immediately there. How does Durka manage to get 2?
That's nasty. That's just nasty.
Ridiculous shooting.
No shot. And yeah, he's just supposed to be the bait. Take a fight, dash away. They don't expect Alfie.
But sometimes when you have players of this quality, the plan becomes immaterial.
Loud forced into a fast play. Double satchel, dash across onto the site. No control of A, Heaven.
Same play again.
Trying to clear it. Smoke on the edge. Less. No way. Making a bit of noise. Backs away as the orb fades down. Maybe hearing the presence there, but this looks like it's going to be that 5-on-5. Nade at the feet. Less. Bit of chip damage.
There's a reflank happening here from Tui's, but he's going to hit a trip unless Alfie dies.
It's all about that timing. Durka. Straight bullets. Meeting their match. Trying to take the fight. Wider swing, and Less is dealt with. All in their face as well. This is starting to get panicky. Trips dealt with. 2 years! Oh my goodness.
Close, very close.
More than strained, but still they collapse. Easy sightlines handed. But Alfie with a moment of his own. Let's see what he can make of it. Time running brutally low, and it's Aspas with 3. 2-round lead for Loud as they close out that first half.
Finally seeing Aspas come alive in the duelist battle, the Jet head-to-head. What a round from this young fellow. Looking so clean out there and powering Loud forwards. That should be their favored half though. 7 rounds. Is it enough to fend Fnatic off and give them another map, another shot at continuing the series and winning the second trophy?
It's a hell of an attack side for Loud, claiming 7. Unbelievable scenes, but let's send it down to the desk to break it all down so far.
Thank you so much, gents. Loud has come alive here in Sao Paulo. They find themselves a 2-round advantage, the best first half they've been able to mount here so far in our best of 5.
Yeah, giving something for the crowd to cheer for, because it was looking rough, even at the beginning of this game, too. To see them come back, to see them have a chance is super important. This is a close game. We still might have a series.
Yeah, and this is in the game where it matters. They were on the verge of elimination on a 3-0 loss in this grand final, and they have woken up. And the biggest question coming into this is, how does the double duelist composition perform? And thus far, it has fared far better than on Fracture. Sadak as an IGL has been varying up the calls enough to keep Fnatic on the toes, and the individuals are stepping up. And this is the perfect time, right? Because the trophy is on the line. Fnatic are still just a half away.
I love where your head's at, Mimi. Achilles, we had asked who needed to step up, who needed to be the catalyst for a comeback here for Loud, and it was Sadak that we put the responsibility on.
Yeah, we have, and so far it's been looking decent. Stat-wise, still not going to be near the top, but he has been guiding the squad and still putting up some decent numbers. He's entering for them widely. Aspas has been going for a couple more lurk plays and has been able to find some really explosive moments throughout this. You can see he's once again lounging back, trying to maintain some composure as they get ready to go into this next half.
Yeah, but I think as well, this second half is going to be where Sadak gets strained the most, where Boaster also gets strained the most.
Yeah.
Because this game right here, this map, is the first time we're really seeing that battle go head-to-head. The rest of it, it felt like Boaster has been in control. This time, it looks like there's actually a battle of the minds.
This is going to be a half about the IGLs. The crowd is back, Loud is alive, but is it enough to keep them in this series?
We'll have to just wait and see. So far, Loud 1-5 in pistol rounds. Can they go ahead and put up a second one on the board? We need to see that.
A small advantage for Loud, but can they take it over the finish line here in map number 3? That's the question as we're getting ready for the second half to get underway. Back over to our casters.
The pistol round to begin. Loud of a chance to extend their play in this tournament, in this series, the grand finals.
It's going to be a crucial one. You heard Seth talk about it. Loud have not been winning them. And it's previously been such an incredible strength for this team at Champions and at Lock-In.
Creeping, crawling, it's Loud who make the first blow to strike. It's an easy claim there as Durka will fall.
It's a huge first pick to get.
Massive.
Durka on the defense side, when he was falling, opened up gaps. But look at this gap. Boaster all the way through on A.
Oh, he's not wasting any time. Look at this.
He's got
pushed all the way up.
Massively deep here.
It all has to be used to replay. I mean, so fast.
He knows that Les is around here too because he heard the wall being thrown. So that kind of stopped him from going deep into screens.
What's a call to be made?
He's got a bit of a feel now that the defenders have been pulled towards A. I think this is going to get into some very strange mid-round territory. We can see that there is a path from mid to B open, but I don't know how Fnatic would read that.
And look at Boaster, attracting all this attention. He's the man of the hour. A lightning rod for it all. And he's pulled these players. Loud are so uncertain of what the play is. It's a reclearance from them through into ramp, and they've got to be aware of this now. But Fnatic, they've been gifted a timing. Can they strike? Can they take it? 25 seconds left. Boaster still in the back lines, behind enemy lines, and still he claims one. With Aspas falling, it's that 4-on-4.
Sadak has nade.
Can he get it to deny? Plant starting to go through. Pull. Nade has to be stuck. Leo. Oh my goodness.
Just a bit off there.
Yeah, anti-synergy, but it's Loud who want to flood in. No time wasted, and no time like the present. Dropping down into hell, waiting for some sort of call. What is it? Sadak taking space now, making sure that they're not going to be caught in a really strained position. Loud watching for it. Happened to the fuse already. It's not planned for him. Chronicle struggling. Gets off the spike. Happened to the fuse still. Not all the way through. It almost was shambolic.
But we asked Sadak to deliver at the beginning of this map, and he couldn't have found a bigger round to have that level of impact. Boaster, look at the minimap there, was on bind during the middle of all of this. And Sadak read the play coming through due to the paranoia. It was all scrambled from Fnatic, and he comes through with an extremely pivotal clutch. Loud have a great chance here at being able to respond, take split down. As long as they can carry this momentum forwards, their composition is going to thrive by taking aggressive fights, despite the fact they're on defense. Can people like Tuis and Les hold on in their anchoring positions?
No way. What is that timing? Tuya's in the astral form. Leaps bound, striking, and that crossfire is just excellent.
This is deadly. Loud cannot afford to lose this one.
Yes. Takes the fight to them anyway. A push through the smoke will make sure the Fnatic don't get away with too much.
Alpha, yeah? Doesn't realize he's getting reflanked here.
And the frenzy's good. Eventually traded. Limits it now into that 2-on-2. Weapons in the hands, though, of these Fnatic players. And how do they want to play it? Chronicle low. Smoke to cut across. Poster moves his way into it. A bit of spam fire. He falls. Tiniest of margins, tiniest of gaps.
6
with
HP.
6 health and the most to do. Chronicle, it's all about timing. It's all on this. Judge, wait for it, but a flick of the wrist.
A bit too close for comfort, perhaps, for Loud there. And it's going to make that bonus round toothless. But man, that's going to be a bit of a learning moment for 2Es, I think. I was just asking the question, how were 2Es and Les going to be able to hold on in their anchor positions, and he gets caught in astral form?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look at the comps. Fnatic are going to be running double duelists. They're going to be in your face, bursting into sight. Yeah, maybe they don't have the same level of flash utility, but they are still going to be quick. Durka and Chronicle are no slouches.
Alfie, yeah, that's an early fight taken, but no appetite on his behalf. Our presence still being showcased into mids, making sure they let themselves be known. And speaking of it, all the way through, they've taken the front side of B. Nade, util, use, Sanik's in the air, and his head's been ripped clean off still. 2 years.
What is that? Collat Sheriff kill.
The bonus was supposed to have no bite, but when it's in the hands of these young players, anything could happen. Not willing to make it easy, though. Fnatic. Sturka on the high ground off angle. Beautiful kill to find, and still the weapons are not that good.
Aspas on a flank. He can updraft over the top of this. Wait, he can jump around. No, can he?
Wow, he does. The trip's no good. The roar of the crowd might just be hiding all of it. Right from behind, Alfie none the wiser. A decision is made, a refight, a reswing, but no way in hell. The bullets go wide and the crowd goes wild.
To think that it's Leo that lets that one slip after he's been putting on a masterclass, a genuine greatest of all time performance prior to this in the BO5, eclipsing 10s from original Reykjavik. You'd think he was good for that. But my God, Loud, pull out the bonus round.
Oh. The fans are not happy with this. Fnatic, they need to cool off, cool down, and reconstruct exactly how they want to take the rest of this map.
The way that Fnatic run their economy, they are still going to be able to buy in round 16. It's not usual. You would normally see teams take an eco here, but because Fnatic don't invest into that heavy armor, they have Durka's Blade Storm, Chronicle's ult, it's actually still going to be a dangerous round. And frankly, I shouldn't have counted out the last one for Loud. If 2Es is hitting shots like that, anything's winnable.
Anything at all.
And also, think about Aspas already getting the read that he can go for these flank plays. The Fnatic are going to be grouped up enough and relying on trips on the flank so that he as a Jet can just run rings around them. Even if that trip had been good, he's going to be able to updraft over it and take a small risk in getting heard. And yeah, the players have got noise isolating headphones, but there's only so much that you can block 7,000 people out.
Reverberations and rumbles echoing out. God, that's cheeky. Durka, was an attempt made. Tried to take Kawazin's head clean off, but Blade's going wide here. This is Loud, that 5-round lead. Now looking comfortable. Aspas on this angle. What tools the Fnatic even have to push them away? A cage. 2 years. 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 Might give it away, but no, still holding it. The paranoia's not good. Flicking a wrist over to the side. It's a dangerous situation. And Aspas, he tries to skip and hop. He tries to jump to safety, but it's Fnatic who are coming up with all the kills.
Massive 2 entries there from Fnatic. And Durka responding with another.
And it's Fnatic filling up the feed.
Loud are going to be in a really tough position. Their economy's good. But I don't think there's any chance of them pulling off this retake. Alpha's in such a safe spot. And that just shows you the danger. The explosivity of both of these teams. Is that deliberate?
Mistake? I'm not too sure. I mean, time was running so low there that it felt like they had no chance in hell of being able to save that. Tears could do some proper damage now in this 4 position. Yeah, no one aware of it.
Durka wanting to save the operator too. Seems strange to me actually, because the explosivity of Durka and Chronicle together has been what's caused Loud so many problems, but yeah, are they going to go with it for the operator saved into the next? No. So yeah, I like that decision, because look at the value that Durka's getting by going aggressive, by putting pressure on the site anchors, by taking space and collapsing on all sides. Nobody from Loud is being... Nobody on Loud looks comfortable in those spots. They've been able to recover the rounds in different ways, but the actual getting into post plants has been working fairly well for Fnatic. Fake TP from Boaster, threatening some B main control. Is Aspas scared about it? Is he? Hell.
He's ice cold. Not a care in the world. Flash reclearance, no overstep from Kawazine, but they do take that B main control. Good information. It's going to be gathered here in the mid-round for Loud. Pings on the map from Fnatic. Look at all this space as well. Trailblazer spots out so much.
And whereas Loud were prioritizing mid-control, Fnatic are just going for bursts. They've got a 4-round deficit right now that they're looking to make up by bullying 2Es and Fnatic. 2Es and Sadak on the A side.
8 at the feet, slow war, pull, Durka! Left, right, and center, the man's just fighting off swaths of the utility.
Cute wall play as well for Leo to get an angle, but nobody bites.
Contact, they know. Alfie is there, Les strikes back! And will he get the 4th? Yes, indeed!
Loud are fired up, they can feel it. So difficult to get yourselves back into a series like this when you're 2-0 down and didn't really have a chance on the first couple of maps. But here on Split, they are demonstrating a better understanding of what they need to be doing. Stopping the site hits from coming through, and the Fnatic don't have a second layer to their game. We're already into round 18 here. A push down mid, very aggressive from Loud.
Another fight taking place, and I can't see a bloody thing. And it's up to Fnatic to contain, to respond, resurrect, used. Space has to be found. You have to try and weave your way around, and look at all that damage. Supposed to drop down to just almost nothing.
And mid control is just never in favor of Fnatic. Loud are piling so many different things in. But Fnatic do have a player advantage right now. And it looks like Les is going to get pressured. I don't think he's going to have the time, particularly, to ult.
All over the place. Ult to the back, Sadak. How did they spot that? Possibly just from being pinged out. Boaster's own ultimate giving that all that information. It's up to Les. Positioning's known from the neural theft. The spike is going all the way around, but just that much easier. Cosmic Divide splits a side tap, fight's going to be taken, and this is no good from Fnatic. They're falling, dropping like flies.
Les is repositioned fantastically here to even try to deal with Leo, but it brings it down to a 2v1.
Leo somehow getting 3 in the mix. Wall, plant, 4 position, and 2 is just running. Knife out, not expecting it. Fnatic, not out of this map just yet.
A really good response, actually. Fnatic's coordination falling down a little, but I just love this individual decision-making from Leo to go all the way through screens. because it creates such a pinch on that player on site. His raw skill demonstrated there, right? In terms of how he takes that fight. The pull just not quite timed early enough. Unless he's going to invest his ultimate early on, instead of saving it. I really don't think he's ever going to get a chance to reactively use this Viper's Pit, because Durka and Chronicle are playing so quickly.
So he removes an additional avenue that Fnatic might have been using.
And mid has just never been in control of Fnatic. Loud have dominated that area.
Cam spots it.
What is this from Les?
I mean, Les could just be overheating.
Why on earth is he so determined to take this fight?
Wide out in the open, backs away though. Viper's Pit, regenerated, and guess what? Gotta clear your corners. Boombot didn't do it for him. Durka and his match there with a Jet head-to-head.
And with Aspas controlling the avenue through to A, Les can continue just looking forwards. Trailblazer's going to spot a couple of people in mail here, and there's still 3 players ready to collect on B. This round looks very difficult for Fnatic to convert.
Tyron and Lodo, and a call is made. Commit. That's what they want to do. A rocket lands and finds the target. And Loud are in control. One more step, one more round, and they'll be on map point. Contacting in, and again, it's the off angles, but he's run out of knives.
There's
no
15
more ammunition.
seconds.
Time running low. Post to TPs. He cuts across. 13 seconds left. Paranoia helps. Unless is forced to back away. It's all on this. What can Les do? Wading into the util. Poster will get that plant down.
How has he managed to concoct that situation? What a great mid-round pivot from Boaster. And they've actually got decent post plants. The problem is the flank is coming through. Whoa, from Sadak. All good though, still giving the information to Alpha, yeah.
Still that 3v4 though. Alpha, yeah, do you really want to take that fight? Sadak, none the wiser, and he just didn't have the crosshair placement. Looking dangerous, 2 years, good response and patience, discipline. Showcased the bait and switch on the ropes. All up to Boaster. 1v3, finds one. No! We're in sight. And no kill to be claimed. It's Loud approaching map point.
Fnatic are forced to scramble in this map and really pull some unique mid-rounding out to have a chance. I mean, you're seeing how stressful it is for them to be able to take mid. And, I mean, Leo's rough to die in that position. But Loud are playing so well here. This is what you were looking for on Ascent, honestly. But they are looking primed to make this a series. And we saw in their game against DRX that going up 2-0 does not mean you're guaranteed to win the series. That one went all 5 maps. Perhaps this could do the same.
Wow, we're going to be trying their darndest for that. Aspas, no sound cues. Paranoia, TP across, but this time Boaster's managed. Percentage play, just bordering from insanity to genius. And of course it doesn't work out. High ground position! And the clearance isn't there. Fnatic, how did they do it?
Another crazy TikTok wall coming out from Leo. And Durka's going to keep this position for the post plant.
Spike planted, nade. That's troublesome, that's dangerous. Yet somehow Leo survives on 19 health, and it's Crossfire. Good luck containing it. Sadak just wades right into it.
How many of these set plays do Fnatic have in their arsenal? We've seen now a couple of different flavors, some very unusual mid-rounding. How deep does the strat book go? Do they have other ways of being able to generate rounds without that mid-control?
Do they have enough?
Even this, I'm amazed that they get it back, with Cowan Zine doing so much anchoring A. But they eventually brute force their way in. Loud are going to take an eco round here. So things are going to close. The gap getting smaller, but at any moment here, Loud can push it across the edge.
Across the finish line of the map. That's what they're hoping for.
And take us to Lotus of all places.
I know. 2 years. Not gifted with it, not that time around. Maybe one collateral. That's all he's going to be getting in this map. Plan's still down. This is looking really odd Fight's being taken all over the bloody place. Still, 3 players of Loud remain. They will take the fight. Not eager to drag the weaker weapons into the next round. Of course, this was the half buy. Smoke, though, pushes them away. A while until that one fades. Couple of rifles are going to be salvaged in the middle of all of this. Do they want to play for the retake?
Looks like they're going to commit to it.
Smoke fades. An open sightline. Snake bite. Off to the side. Alfia watching, though, and it's immaculate. Great crosshair placement. And Boaster, he was a safety net. And so, Josh, it's creeping and crawling ever so closer.
The gap's certainly closing, but Loud remain 1 round away from breaking the longest undefeated streak we've ever had at a global tournament. And yeah, we keep making comparisons to Sentinel's run at that first inaugural LAN where they defeated Fnatic. Well, Sentinels went 10-0 there at Masters 2 Reykjavik. Fnatic are currently 11-0 on an absolute dominant run through lock-in. And Loud are poised to challenge them. 1 round, eyes on the trophy, but still a long journey from that. Focus on the present. Everybody in the arena willing them forwards. 1 big moment, 1 superstar play, 1 good call from Sadak, and we'll be headed to Lotus and make a serious series out of this.
Collect the nerves. You've come so far, Loud. You do not want to tumble and fall now, not when you're so close. Getting to that 4th map, it's the sole goal, but you've got to take it 1 round at a time. 3 opportunities.
So Loud are taking a timeout here, and I'm curious about the defensive adjustments that they're going to make. Because Fnatic have not been fighting too heavily over mid, but they have still been throwing it in occasionally. And you don't want to allow them mid-control. Loud's comp is so good at denying it, you never really want to give it to them for free. Aspas is going to get posted on B main. Big dash forwards from Fnatic.
Yep, skipping and jumping all the way over this utility. It's a good call by Loud. They take that space into B main. So an exchange in terms of the territory that's gained in this particular round.
Everything on
post. Peeks himself out. Flash catching, but he TPs across. A hard reclearance, but the spike was planted in the middle of all of this one. Loud. Starting to squeeze. You've got to find these kills.
Look at the push. The B main players from Fnatic are wrapping all the way around. There's flanks on flanks.
A pincer play, a pincer maneuver. On top, on the angle, and Aspas, he watches for it. 2 remain, make it 1. Loud proving that they've still got what it takes to stand toe-to-toe with the greatest in the scene here in the grand finals. That resilience, that grit, they've pulled it forwards, and they've earned themselves that 4th map.
It's going to be a strange one coming up. We have not seen Loud on Lotus yet, and they're going to need to win it to take us to a 5th. But they're starting to heat up. The individual performance is slightly better, but I think just overall a better game plan, a better understanding of how to work this map. Really solid teamwork. Very nice help for each other too.
Fnatic were pushed and pulled all the way to the brink, but as I've already mentioned, the series must go on, and so with that, we're going to a short break. On the other side of things, the continuation and Lotus will be coming up.
Incredible, do all the talking you want. I don't want to hear it. Whatever you say is incredible. incredible. Me and the losers are just not relatable. Don't call my phone cause I'm still unavailable. I've been the greatest, it's still undebatable. Breaking the records and make them unbreakable. Blazing the spot, mad clean. Hate it or not, game 7, game tie, vaccine. I'm taking a shot, I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. W. World. Yeah, prices keep on going, world. Y'all still need to get your world. Nothing left to say, I'm world.